You join us live across from our living rooms in Manchester and, of course, from Bury Met for the final day of this year's Manchester Jazz Festival, coming to you on United We Stream. Welcome along. We've had a fantastic few days at the Jazz Festival. With me, my co-host, helping to introduce some of the bands, someone whose boundless scale of enthusiasm for music is matched by the scale of her microphone. Deborah Richards, how are you doing? I think Deborah, we're having trouble hearing you. I think you might have to unmute.
I should be back now. Am I here?
To be muted. Yes. Hi, Deborah. How are you doing?
I am good. I'm good, Steve. I've been really enjoying myself, soaking up all the experiences that you've been providing with this festival online. And yeah, it's been great. So I'm good. How are you?
I'm okay. I've been looking forward to the end of this day, I have to be saying, because we've thrown this festival together in a matter of weeks, and we couldn't have done it without the amazing team there at United We Stream over at Bury Met, because what we've got ahead, as we did have on Thursday night, some live performances, and that's what we've all been missing, isn't it, over the past couple of months, just people in the room and being at a gig in front of musicians. But I'm so amazed and delighted that we've been able to actually stage some gigs, some real bands playing live, and you will have half a dozen of them today throughout the day, won't we, Deborah?
Yeah, I mean, I've been, it's interesting actually, because you're right, we have been missing the live experience a lot, but my reflection over what we've been watching at the festival so far has been something that resembles the lockdown in a way. It's the festival this year has given me more insight into musicians and music, their work, the way they work. And I felt like there are stronger bonds because of this reflective experience, instead of maybe the adrenaline fueled one. So, for instance, artists like Nikki Isles, Byron Wallen, and Bex Birch, who were telling the stories of how they work. Bex Birch telling this story of going to Ghana and falling in love with this instrument, the zil, and learning the deep tradition of it through playing it and being with masters of it. I mean, that was absolutely fascinating.
Yeah, I know. It's funny you say that, because I was thinking the same thing, actually. It's, in a way, I've got closer to the music and the musicians than I perhaps would have during the festival itself, when we're just kind of bouncing around, running around town, introducing things, having a great time with the audience. But actually, the interaction we've had with the people who make the music has been really, it's quite close at times. And I hope people have felt that as we've kind of put together these programs.
But I mean, I think that really does resemble lockdown, this reflective experience where, you know, I've been trying to teach myself meditation, and everything's sort of downsized a little bit, but got a bit deeper. And I think that's what you've done so brilliantly over the last couple of days is capitalize on that. What can we do? Having said that, I am looking forward to some live music today and seeing how that works, and understanding as well the role of the audience. You know, going forward, I sort of appreciate how much the role of the audience and how important that is for musicians.
Exactly, yeah. And this is what can happen today. You'll probably see everyone watching at home how we're staging these gigs, and you can see, you'll probably pull back with the cameras, that obviously all the musicians are coming into the building and they're all kind of socially distanced at various places throughout the room. And of course, there's no audience. You are the audience, you're at home. So we need to feel the warmth from you, but they can't hear the clapping, they can't hear the shouting. And I think that's something which everyone is dying to get back to. But at least we've got the live music making going, and you can clap to yourself at home, can't you?
What are you looking forward to, Steve?
I was going to say, should we have a look? Because we're going to start in probably about 5 or 10 minutes time with the first gig from Abunye with Tando, who's a marvelous singer. We're going to have some sort of township South African vibes from him. Then next live set, a solo drummer. Can you believe? I think it sounds unlikely, doesn't it? But Sarah Hennigan has got a 15, 20 minute solo drum piece. Really exciting array of percussion and electronics to look forward to from her. And then later on, Deborah, I think you've got Archipelago, haven't you? You've one of your favorite bands from Newcastle.
Yeah, I mean, they channel that sense of the Northeast. You know, Faye McCalman, who is on saxophone, is also vocalizing. And when she vocalizes, somehow she gives such an essence of the folk tradition from the North. I could really feel that in the way she sort of nuances her voice.
Yeah.
But alongside there, that there's a very meaty, pushy, you know, sort of
Kind of
sound
punky
from them.
energy, isn't there? Yeah, I know that. That's so they're
They're
going
a
to be.
they're a fabulous trio.
Yeah, they're great, aren't they? And then
Yeah,
we've got a live set from Yartree from Leeds. They're kind of fusing Indian music and jazz and rock, and they're a great fast rising band to look out for. So we've got them as well. And then Nishla and Tom are coming in to do this. Is because we asked Nishla, who's a wonderful singer. She'd filmed this lovely balcony set for us with her pianist, all distance, with all the neighbours watching around, and there was a dancer involved as well. But then we had a problem with all the audio in the film, so we brought her in live to do a live set today. And I think she's one of your favourite vocalists to watch, isn't she?
Well, I just think she's very. I like people that are genuine to their heart and what makes their heart beat. And she loves jazz standards, and you can hear that in her voice. You can feel the full tradition of the jazz standard in the way that she delivers. But there's a little edge to her that I think roots it somehow in the present day. So I think she's someone that I don't know her that well, but I'm starting to sort of be interested in her, in how she's going to manifest this interest into future composition. So yeah, I'm looking forward to hearing her.
Wow, she's got a lovely, such a relaxed person on stage as well. And then the next set after that, we've got this is I'm really looking forward to this. We've rummaged around in the Northwest Film Archive, and we found a couple of silent movies from footage from Manchester in the 1900s and the 1930s.
Yeah.
You can see kind of all the docks in Salford and some of the cotton mills in North Manchester. And we've got a live quartet coming in to Bury Met to improvise to make the imagined sounds of the soundtracks of those films. So that's going to be really interesting.
I have to say that I am particularly looking forward to that. I adore archive footage.
Yeah,
I absolutely love it. I feel it resonates with something, that there is something very particular, that an energy that you can feel from it. And this little window of looking into the past and feeling what was it like, as well as sort of understanding more about the cotton weaving process itself. I love this idea, and I'm really, really looking forward to that. I think that's on at about 6 o'clock, isn't it?
Roughly, yeah. All time is to approximate, I think, today. And we've got loads of features in between as well. We've got plenty of music features for you, things that some of our artists have pre-recorded for you. So we're dropping those in, those specially commissioned pieces of work and performances. We're also going to finish the day with a live set from Baked Alaskar, and I can't quite believe we pulled this off. I don't know how they have done it, and I don't know how the guys at UnitedWeStream. This is the 7-piece band. So for a start, we're going to have to space them. Some are going to be in the bar singing, but they're such a crazy bunch of guys and the perfect party band to finish with. I don't know if you've ever seen them live, Deborah, have you?
No, but I'm getting a good sense of them.
Yeah, fantastic. We did the clues.
I'm sure they're going to connect, whether they're in the bar or the toilet or wherever they are. I mean, it sounds like they're going to hear each other and really, really connect. And
so you're going to get ska versions of all kinds of songs from every decade of pop music.
They're just going to bring their party attitude to it, because that's how festivals finish, isn't it? On a massive bang. So I'm sure they're going to really fuel their inner rave party and bring that fully to the fore tonight.
Yeah, and so Deborah and I will do our very best to link all that together for you. And a lot of people have been asking, it's been really kind over the festival, a couple of days, have been watching some of the material we've produced for you and saying, is it going to be available afterwards? Because it's all just streamed at the moment. So we're working hard to try and get all the tapes back to the office in a big cardboard box, and see if we can compile some of the footage for you to put up on our YouTube channel. So watch out in a couple of weeks' time if you missed anything or you want to see anything again.
Yeah, the YouTube channel is specifically Manchester Jazz Festival Unlocked, isn't it?
Well, I think we'll probably put up on our YouTube channel, and we'll have a big collection of footage from this festival. You know, it's our 25th anniversary, so it'd be a shame to let it pass unrecorded, if you like. So there's going to be
And
a
we've
lot there.
got some footage from last year, haven't we? Which I'm looking forward to later, because when I was at the festival last year, it's impossible to see everything. I mean, I know you really do try hard. Do you use a bicycle? Do you ever
I
cycle
do.
around?
That's my big secret. Yeah, sort of nipping around town in between the gigs on a bike.
That's how you do it. Yeah. Well, there were
I
some
haven't had it
bands.
nicked yet.
Yeah, so we've got some best of 2019, and there's always bands that I miss, and I'm really looking forward to. Sarah Tandy Quintet, Skelter, they're two that I know we've got on today that I'm really excited about seeing.
Yeah, they were great gigs. I remember those. They were fantastic, really. And it's been great to have that opportunity to play all that stuff, really, because you know, it's sitting somewhere documented. But thinking about how we couldn't do the real festival this year, what could we do instead? And as soon as we started looking, there's a lot of material going back years and years and years. But
I think it's also been great. Sorry, just one last thing I wanted to say. I've loved hearing the volunteers talking about favorite moments and what they've got from volunteering, and that sense of how the festival is involving the community and people that don't work in music, and bringing them in and what they're getting from it. And I've loved that there was a photographer that was talking, and he just, you know, he really sort of summed up well what he was getting from it, and a favorite moment from him, which I think was maybe Binker and Moses, which this painting is of behind me. There's Binker Golding, who we're going to see later playing with Sarah Tandy Quintet, and Moses on drums there.
I know the volunteers are such a critical part of the festival usually, and it'd be lovely to kind of they all got to send a little postcard in, if you like, and we've been looking at some of those over the past couple of days. So yeah, big shout out to all the volunteers who couldn't make it along this year. Right, so it's time for our first live set of the day. Really looking forward to this one. We're going to spend the next 30-40 minutes in the company of four very special musicians. We've got Jonah Evans on the drums, Jason Dandino on the bass, Dave Evans at the keyboard, and the gorgeous voice of Tanda and Obunye.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tanda. On my right-hand side, we have Mr. Jason Dandeno on bass. Behind me, a talented young man, his name is Jonah Evans on drums. Good friend, pianist, vocalist, Mr. Dave Evans on piano. We are part of a band called Ubunye, and I'm also Tanda Komete. We are excited to be with you today. to the top. Come on. Mama, yeah, where you mama, yeah. Pero de tau salue pero de tau pero de tau salue. The next song chronicles the story of a South African bird that landed on a tree as I was trying to escape the South African heat under its shade. And this bird just landed on a branch and it started singing, and then we gently envied its migratory patterns because it could fly anywhere in a world without borders. And so we started writing and listening and transcribing the song of the bird, and we call it Meet You in the Morning. It's beautiful to see you welcome every morning. Beautiful to hear your song fill the air. Privileged to touch and taste the fruit it gives. Perched upon this tree, you bring your song to me. Oh, oh, bagusile. We will sleep no more, no matter what you do. Take it down for me. No matter where you're going to, no matter what you do, I meet you in the morning. Sat beneath your tree, searching for a signal, praying I don't die in the place where I was born. But hear your song so sweet, paints the space beyond me. Connections in our hearts. These moments fly with me. Oh, oh, bagusile, bapelo busugu, go bagusile. We will sleep no more, no matter what you do. Hey, no matter where you're going to, no matter what you do, I'll meet you in the morning. Yes, sir. It's beautiful to see you welcome every morning, Jason. Beautiful to hear your song fill the air, and the song goes do 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 do. Feko teke zodo de do 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 do. Chove nana ye no no ye, pero le bandero do 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 do. A privilege to touch and taste the fruit it gives, and perched upon this tree, you bring your song to me. Oh, go back to see. We will sleep no more, no matter what you do, no matter where you're going to, no matter what you do, I'll meet you in the morning. We will sleep no more. Go bagusile. We will sleep no more. No matter what you do, no matter where you're going to, no matter what you do, I'll meet you in the morning. Thank you so much. Hope you guys are still having a good time. When we were born, peak of innocence, what did we know? What could we sense? We live a day, soon to be released. Run for tomorrow and then we lose hold of today. When we were born, peak of innocence, what did we know? And what could we sense? We live our days, soon to be released. We run for tomorrow and then we lose hold of today. Come on. All of those people taught us something. What did they see? Oh no. Where are they gone? Where are they now? Sometimes it makes me wonder. All of those people taught us something. What did they see? Oh no, where are they gone? Where are they now? Where are they now? Of innocence, what did we know? And what could we sense? We lived our days and nights, soon to be released. We run for tomorrow and then we lose hold of today. We run, we run, we run. Run for tomorrow and then we lose hold of today. Yes. Run for tomorrow and then we lose hold of today. Run for tomorrow and then we lose hold of today. We run for tomorrow and then we lose hold of today. We run for tomorrow and then we lose hold of today. We run for tomorrow and then we lose hope of today. We worry, we fret, we stress. Run for tomorrow and then lose hold of today. Run for tomorrow and then we lose hold of today. Sijahi kusasa sikhohlwe yinamhlanje. Run for tomorrow and then we lose hold of today. So glad I held on a little long. So glad I held on a little while. So glad I held on a little long. So glad I held on a little while. So glad I held on a little long. So glad I held on a little while. So glad to say I'm a little strong. So glad I waited to see you smile. Hey, Lupelile usizi sisuli winyembezi ufezi umsebenzisi sisuli winyembezi Lupelile usizi sisuli winyembezi ufezi umsebenzi sisuli winyembezi. So glad I held on a little long. So glad I held on a little while. So glad I held on a little long. So glad I held on a little while. So glad I held on a little long. So glad I held on a little while. So glad to say I'm a little strong. So glad I waited to see you smile. Lupelile usizi sisuli winyembezi ufezi umsebenzi sisuli winye. Stay there. Lamentations over now. All pursuits all pursuits concluded now, and all tears are wiped away. You see me now. You see me higher than ever, and I don't know how. Today. So glad I held on a little long. So glad I held on a little while. So glad I held on a little long. So glad I held on a little while. So glad I held on a little strong. So glad I held on a little while. Say, so glad to say I'm a little strong. So glad I waited to see you smile. Hey, Lupelile usizi sisuli winyembezi ufezi umsebenzi sisuli winyembezi Lupelile usizi sisuli winyembezi
winyembezi, ufezi umsebenzi, sisuli winyembezi. You see me now, yeah. You see me higher than ever, and I don't know how.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dave Evans on keys. Mr. Jonah Evans on drums.
So glad I held on till to see the day, a brighter day was come. To see the day, oh, to see the day. Oh, yeah, yeah. To see the day, a brand new day. To see the day. So glad I held on a little long. So glad I held on a little while. So glad I held on a little long. So glad I held on a little while. So glad I held on a little long. So glad I held on a little while. Say, so glad to say I'm a little strong. So glad I waited to see you smile. Come on. Lupelile usizi, sisuli winya. usizi ufezi umsebenzi sisuliwe inyembezi.
One time.
Luphelile usizi sisuliwe inyembezi ufezi umsebenzi sisuliwe inyembezi. Luphelile usizi sisuliwe inyembezi. Here we go. Ufezi umsebenzi sisuliwe inyembezi.
Hope you guys are still with us so far. The next song is in Zulu, which is one of the languages of South Africa. And it's amongst many of the hymns that my mom used to teach me. And whenever I get a chance, I try to sneak it in. So I'd like to dedicate this to my mother. Gets me a little bit emotional. Is it okay if I sit for this one?
Ngingenwe emoyeni wami ilizwi lakho Nkosi yami sengilambe lewe nanje ungenubu segimige.
I've got another verse.
Mabala onke Nkosi yami awungcolile sumoya wami ngihlanze namhlanje ngufuze. Hey, here we go. Ngihlanze emoyeni wami angibethelwe uqobo lwami senginikela ngoba nguwe oh, oh. Guwe. Go away, I'll go away, go wena wedwa unamandla, wena wedwa unguThixo. Kuwe, kuwe, kuwe.
I need something upbeat after that.
I'll sing for you a song that's true. Never thought I would ever find someone so fly. I'll sing for you a song that's real. Never thought I would ever find the real me. And was the hey, sentizio, bueno, nedola. Tan was the sentizio, bueno, nedola. I'll sing for you a song that's true. Never thought I would ever find someone so fly. I'll sing for you a song that's real. Never thought I would ever find the real deal. I seem to know it. Have I always known it? It's the same old feeling in the end. My heart will know, even if my eyes can see. Will you sing my broken heart to me? Oh yeah, Fafe, se koko kofe mdelo de o. Kopo ko tege so that day and ye bidi nam de. Beke so na de de. Pero some that did it. Sing for you. Whoa. Hey. I wonder as daylight chorus floating by and drifting through this space, my mind a grayish blue. Inside I feel my only thought, a song of you, a song of you, a song of you, a song of you, a song of you. The song of easy, you, and you alone. Yeah, sing under my tessa, sit under some. Stand by some, sing under my tessa. Go away, oh, stand by some. Saint is your Saint is
Thank you so much for having us. Shout out to United We Stream, Manchester Jazz Festival, Jazz North. Thank you for doing this for us. Music is life to me and to my friends here on stage, and to everyone that is tuning in at home to enjoy. Thank you so much for your love. Thank you so much for your support. We really appreciate it. If you are on Facebook, look up Ubunye, UBUNYE. Look me up too. My name is Tanda. Instagram, Facebook, Tanda Makes Music. We are so thankful, so grateful to be here. And as our last song, we'd like to do a song called Flowers. Could I have more piano, please, on my monitor? Thank you. Wherever you are, wherever I go to, whenever you're far, with no one to turn to, wherever you are, wherever I go to, whenever you're far, with no one to turn to, stay there. Wherever you are, wherever I go to, whenever you're far, no one to turn to. One more time. Wherever you are, wherever I go to, whenever you're far, with no one to turn to. You can still give me flowers when you're gone. I can still see you there. Remember how you care. You were not in that picture all alone. I can still see you there. Remember how you care. Wherever you are, wherever I go to, whenever you're far, with no one to turn to. Wherever you are, wherever I go, whenever you're far, no one to turn to. You can still give flowers when you go. I can still see you there. Remember how you care. Wherever you are, wherever I go to, whenever you're far, with no one to turn to. Wherever you are, wherever I go to, whenever you're far, with no one to turn to. I can go.
I go to.
You can go.
I go to.
And he can go.
I go to.
And they can go.
I go
Hey,
to.
there's a place we can go.
Go to.
There's a place we can
I
go.
go to.
I go.
I go to.
Go.
I go to.
Run with me.
I go to.
Ayo.
I go to.
Run with me.
I go to.
You.
I go to.
You can go. And you can go.
I go to.
And you can go.
I go to.
And we have to go now.
I go.
Wherever you are.
I go.
Wherever
to.
I go to.
I go.
Whenever
to.
you're far.
I go to. I go to.
Then I'm gone.
I go.
Then I'm gone.
I go.
And then I'm gone.
I go.
Then I'm gone. Come on. Then I'm gone. Then I'm gone. Oh. Gone. Gone. Thank you.
Tanda and Abunye, wonderful to hear you bringing a bit of spirituality to the Sunday here, the for the closing day of Manchester Jazz Festival on United We Stream. And you know, I'm hoping that I might be able to speak to Tanda live on stage, and I'm not sure if you can hear me or not. Tanda, are you there? Can you hear me now? Hello, Tanda. How are you doing? What's it like there to perform to absolutely nobody apart from the crew? It must be very strange.
It's amazing. It's amazing. I didn't know what to expect. I was petrified and excited simultaneously.
Well, it sounded fantastic as usual, as you usually do, Tanda. It was a lovely set, but it's really a really fascinating experience, isn't it? You know, you're playing live in the band in the room there, and no one can respond to you.
Well, the team here, actually, there are loads of friendly faces on here, even though covered by masks. They've been clapping, applauding, smiling, you know, so their energy really helped. And it's a massive team effort, listening to these guys behind me and beside me. It's like, although I was in the show, but I could also be inside and outside watching in at the same time. Really grateful.
Great. Well, it's fantastic to see you, Tanya. Thanks so much for all the guys coming in to play with us for the closing day of the Jazz Festival this year. I'm so pleased because you were going to be performing live on stage in Manchester, but we just about got you in to do the set here in Bury Met. So it's fantastic that you're able to do that. Thanks so much for opening the day for us, Tanda, and have a safe journey back. Tanda, Abunye, there they go. And we've got lots more live music coming up through the day, of course. We've got Sarah Hennigan, Archipelago, and all those wonderful artists. Deborah, just wanted to cut to you because next we're going to pay a visit to the homes of two very special musicians, aren't we, who've recorded a special home session for us.
Yeah, we are. Although I do just have to say that I wasn't in the room with the Abunye, but they got straight into my heart with that set. It didn't seem to matter at all. I really felt it very strongly. The energy translated perfectly, and I'm sure it will do with what we see next. We've got Lewis Wright and Kit Downs. This is a sort of a new duo. Lewis is a fabulous vibraphone player that I know through the band Empirical. He specializes, for me anyway, in writing very touching melodies. He's got a beautiful feel for the vibraphone. And Kit Downs is actually responsible for me getting involved in contemporary jazz in the first place. It was seeing Troika, his band Troika, that was the thing that hooked me and opened my ears to what jazz is today. So I think this is going to be a quality watch. Kit Downs on piano and Lewis Wright on vibraphone.
I think like we're nomadic by nature. You know, traveling musicians are it's an old tradition. You know, and usually there was only room for one musician coming through town at a time. But when we get together, then it's like those four. You know, you're together and then you're together for one special moment in time that'll never come back. So when you play together with people that are just passing through, it's all very, very intense and immediate because you know that you might never get this set up again. Ooh, 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 dum da 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 dum ba da 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 dum ba da da dum ba da da dum da 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 dum ba da 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 da. I see myself as just a community musician, so I'm not here for showtime. I'm not here for my own benefit. I only sang the songs my grandparents taught me, and I believe in the oral tradition of that passing forward. I think that's what I love about music, is that it is that unspoken conversation. And I don't want to sound like I'm being inflammatory, but we are in a colonizer's country. So you see how many cultures have been affected by this one country's, you know, imperial attack on the world, because we've all ended up back here going, so why'd you do that then? What's this place about? You know, it's like we're kind of wanting answers. We're all back here looking answers going, yes, well, if your country's so bloody great, you know, like what's going on? And we're all here looking at each other going, hey, they got you as well, and they got you. And we're all kind of like doing that dance of, we'll play a few tunes then, you know. And it's really nice. You can't get 100 yards in Manchester without coming across another community hall or somewhere where a community is playing its music. Ooh, 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 ooh.
That was the voice of Raina Connolly there in a short animated film that Anthony Barkworth Knight made for us back in 2015. He created 4 shorts with various of Manchester's artists, and that was a little spotlight on Raina, talking about her creative process and some of the animations that Anthony created to go along with that. You're going to see a few more dotted throughout the day. And before then, of course, we heard from Lewis Wright and Kit Downs, who had created those pieces especially for us to perform. They would have been appearing live, of course, during the Jazz Festival, but that's the second best. Coming up next, what have we got next, Deborah? An amazing live performance, I think, by a solo drummer. And this is someone who came through our Hot House Talent Development Scheme. Now, I think with Sarah, what we're hearing is how she can make something out of one instrument, which is essentially her drum kit. And she produces all kinds of sounds and rhythms, and she's going to perform a solo set for about 15 or 20 minutes, I think. It sounds unlikely, doesn't it? Solo drums, Deborah.
Actually, no, not. There's been musicians like Julian Sartorius, who's from Switzerland, that I've been watching doing similar things, and the range of sounds and the imagination and creativity that can be gotten out of a solo drum piece now is incredible. There's almost melodies and weird sweeps of sound that they can get. It's not just rhythmical necessarily.
And Sarah's a real big fan of electronic dance music, and I think we're going to hear that in some of her performance just coming up. And Sarah spent a lot of time developing this piece. Just wanted to bring her into Bury Met to play for us live today, just to see what can be done with her instrument. So I'm really looking forward to the next 15 or 20 minutes. Hold on tight.
Me too.
Yeah, we're going to now hand over straight onto the stage at Bury Met for Sarah Hennigan and Power Out.
finally done. Over to Sue. Awesome. Thank you.
very far, and I haven't been to Thai. And she sounded quite chirpy, so that was good. Yeah, so I'm seeing, so that'd be quite nice. And then I've got a couple of... So, have you got this on next week? So I'm going to get back to that. And I'm hoping to try and get to Tai Chi, not really how I am. But, so, hopefully in a couple of weeks. So, because that's the only problem, isn't it, when you're in a confined space, all the germs go around. Alright, take care.
Love you.
Love you.
Bye.
Hi everyone, and thank you so much for joining me today for this chat. We're going to be talking about talent development and your experiences as a creative producer, and I work for Brighter Sound, who are another talent development charity based in Manchester. I know these artists quite well, but I'm going to ask them all to introduce themselves to the audience at home. So Lara, shall we start with you?
Hi, I'm Lara Jones. I play the saxophone. I've been working with 2 bands. One was called J Frisco, and the other was called Beyond Albedo for the past few years. And then over the past year, I've been developing my solo set with saxophone and electronics.
Brilliant. Thanks, Lara. How about you, Faye?
Hello, I'm Faye McCalman. I play saxophone, clarinet, and I sing. My band are called Archipelago, and that's been the bulk of my work, has been writing music for that band, and we've been touring, and I also perform solo, and with Hot House I was working on my songwriting for Archipelago.
Brilliant. Hi Sarah, how about you?
I'm Sarah Hennigan, and I play drums mainly. I'm also in a band with Lara, who's down there on my screen. And yeah, that's Beyond Albedo. And I also just play drums for various other people, more local acts. And I've also got my own solo project as well, which is quite a new thing, quite exciting. And when I'm not doing that, I also teach a bit, which I really love. So.
Excellent. Oh, brilliant, thank you. And I suppose, like, we're talking today about talent development, but for the audience at home who might not be as familiar with the term, what we're talking about is artist development, really, and the things that make up an artist's journey, and sort of the support that's given to artists to develop their careers in music. So that can be everything from mentoring to sort of image and branding and the social media training and physical performance skills and things like that. So I suppose talent development is quite a hidden part of an artist's journey often. So I just wanted to ask you to talk a bit about your experience of talent development, and sort of particularly you've all been participants on the Hot House programme, which I was really fortunate to see. So the showcase for that. So Faye, do you want to start us off by talking about your experience on Hot House?
Yeah, so I worked on a number of different things with Hot House. I went into it expecting to record a new album with Archipelago, and I ended up not doing that at all, and I actually ended up getting mentored through an Arts Council application to do a tour, which was, I'd never applied for funding on that big a scale before, and I'd never dealt with like that whole process of budgeting and explaining why your work is valid in like an industry way, which is like a bit soul destroying, but also a really helpful tool, I think. And so that was really cool. That was the main thing I ended up doing. And then I also worked with a mentor on like public speaking and sort of presenting on stage, like finding my own way into how I wanted to do that. And we also had these group workshops together, which were really great. I think getting to know everybody else doing the scheme was one of the best things for me, and sort of feeding off everybody else's work and being inspired by them. And yeah, we had a bunch of the group work we did together. I loved, actually. Yeah. So we talked about like finding your, like, what's the quality about you that makes you unique, and how to plan projects for yourself and how to make stuff that you want to do happen.
So was there anything that like surprised you through that kind of like that exploration of like what makes you unique? Was there anything that you thought, wow?
I think it's like when you, for me personally, it was like I always see other people and think, oh yeah, that's their thing, I can describe what they do really well. But if I was describing my own stuff, it's much harder. So it was kind of like, I think being forced to realistically be like, well, if I have to describe myself, how do I actually do it? And then you've sort of realised that you are, that you do have stuff to talk about, which sounds so basic, but it is like, I don't know, I definitely struggled with that, and I still do struggle with it as well. But it's like sort of Angela, who does like the marketing side of things, came in and talked about like, what people would say about you in the pub after, which I found quite helpful as like just a way of stripping out all there's like lots of stuff that you feel like you should say in a way. Like I think especially if you come from any kind of like music college background or whatever, like there's all this sort of stuff that is implied in being a jazz musician, but you don't have to say that. Actually, you can just be you and say what, like, actually the thing that people relate to is who you are. So that's what I took from that.
That's excellent. Thanks, Faye. So Sarah, I was blown away by your solo drum performance at the Hot House Showcase. It was, and everyone at home, you will probably have seen Sarah this afternoon. Well, earlier on today. So Sarah, could you talk to us a bit about how you found Hot House and sort of what you explored?
Yeah, it was bloody brilliant, really, wasn't it? So, yeah, I think for me, I can relate to a lot of what Faye was saying. Especially so fortunate to have a group of really nice people, other artists to kind of be inspired by. I think, yeah, a big part of it for me was definitely the mentoring, or having just people to bounce off, to talk to. That's definitely something that is really valuable for me at the moment. Just gathering ideas, challenging any kind of beliefs that I have about myself or about the music industry or what it means to be an artist, having those challenged and sometimes validated as well. So, you know, Faye, you're talking about how through the process of application funding, you kind of had to validate your worth as an artist, and how important that contribution is. And it's that's definitely something that I still really struggle with. You know, sometimes I feel guilty if I'm like writing music. It's like, how have you got this time to do that? That's such a privilege. And it's like, yeah, but it's also really important to me, and it's important that people are creating. So I think just that big confidence boost was really helpful, along with all the practical stuff as well, obviously, you know, knowing how to write applications, developing your own brand. But I think the thing that really stayed with me was the mentoring, and the chats, those really good spontaneous chats that you end up having, maybe with like Helen, with Steve, and they just really, it would make me think a lot. So yeah.
That support so important, isn't it? Especially as when you're doing a solo thing as well, because I mean, yeah, as you said, like having people to bounce ideas off, you get that naturally in a band, but when you're out as a solo artist, I imagine it can be quite sort of
I don't know how you guys have been doing it all this time. You know, Laura, you've been working on your solo stuff for a few years, haven't you? And sometimes I just think, how the hell does Laura do it? Like, how does she do it?
Me too.
Having that connection with the intuition and just being like, this is good, I like this, I value it. I don't know how you do that. It's really hard, is what I've discovered. Yeah.
Laura, do you want to talk a bit about your experience?
Sure. Yeah, so Hot House came along for me at a real pivotal time, to be honest. Sarah's right, I've been working on my solo set for a while. When I was, I graduated from Leeds College of Music about, I think it's 3 years ago coming up this summer. And I had developed some of my set whilst I was at the college in my last year. But it was a set with saxophone and pedal board. And then I started to want to develop that and learn more about electronics. And I've been collecting all these field recordings from train journeys that I was taking. And I really wanted to turn that into my set and turn that into music. And I'd had some, like, I guess, successes, whatever successes, like with my solo stuff. I'd done quite a few gigs with it. And then I hit a block, basically. So I'd done it for about 2 years, and then maybe like a year and a half, and I hit a block with it, and I couldn't prioritize that as a thing. I think maybe it's what Sarah's saying there. It felt really hard to put my solo music first, and I was a part of so many different projects and collectives and bands. And I'd really I was losing my focus. I didn't know which thing to put where, and every minute of my time was filled. And as a result, I was just confused, and I didn't. I just put myself under so much pressure. And then I think as a result, I was putting things out there, like I was putting applications out there that maybe they just weren't focused enough. So I was just getting quite a lot of rejections, and I was getting myself really down, basically. And then this came through, and I was just really honest in my application. It was the most honest I've ever been in an application. And I was like, this is how I'm feeling, this is what's going on. And I was really, we had like a chat, like I guess an interview, but it just felt like a really nice chat, to be honest, with Helen and Steve. And they were so kind to me, and it just changed everything, to be honest. It's like they just gave me the confidence and the faith to say, this is worthwhile, you are worthy, and yes, you can do this. And Helen, there was one moment for me which was just will stay with me forever. Helen wrote down all of the things I was doing at the time, so all these different projects, all these different collectives, collaborations, and everything that was happening in my creative life. And she put it all down, and she made me list it out in what I enjoyed doing the most. It was a really hard process to do. I found it really hard to select what I enjoyed. She was like, you got to say. And so I did. And it was this massive long list. There was so many things on it. It was a massive, like, what's the bigger than A3 paper? A2? A1? Whatever. Yeah. And it was like filled on there, and it was front and back. And then the top three things was my solo stuff. This was kind of like the order we couldn't quite figure out. It was my solo stuff, it was my band J Frisco, and my band Beyond Albedo. And I was like, they're the things that I absolutely love, and that I love these people, and that's what I want to pour my energy into. And she then ripped all the rest of the list off, like a big, swift, dramatic movement. So from number 4 all the way down, just ripped it off, scrunched it up, and handed me the piece of paper. And I was like holding it, and I got like teary. I was so overwhelmed, because it's like she gave me permission to say, you don't have to do everything right now. She wasn't saying that I couldn't do all of those things. She was like, you have the ability to do that if you want, but you don't have to. And it's like she just took away all of that pressure, and she was like, those are your 3 things you're saying you want to do right now and this time. Do those 3 things. And we like mapped it out, like different seasons that I might, like I don't know, maybe January to February I'm gonna have more focus on my solo stuff, and then March to April more focus on a band, or I can't remember exactly what it was at the time. But yeah, it was like mapped it all out, and I've still got this scrunched up bit of paper of all of the other things on it that she was just like, you don't have to do those.
I think it is hard though, isn't it, when you're if you're a younger like musician. I don't know, I like to call myself young still. Like, I mean, it's like if you're like in the first few years after uni or whatever, or deciding that you're going to do music, it's like you just say yes to everything, because you just want to get as much experience as you can. And also like we love playing with people, because that's how we communicate. So it's really hard, actually, I think, to it's a really good skill to have, to narrow it down like that and be like, oh right, now I've done all. And it doesn't mean that I don't want to play music with everyone. It means that I have to realistically choose what I can do, because then you end off like giving those things more of a chance, don't you? I think.
Yeah, and I think it's so hard, because like we're so we love it so much. I never want to say no ever.
Yeah,
it's just that is everything. I'd give anything to play. So it's really hard to say no. But I think it was the way that she said, you can say no to this right now, because that's, if you're really honest with yourself, these other things aren't your priority right now. These are the things that you said you really want to do. And then she was like, revisit it, like, and it's okay for things to like ebb and flow, and for things to be a priority at like different times. And she was so good. She was like, by saying no to this thing right now doesn't mean you're saying no forever. You know, if you say, actually, I want to step back from this project for a bit, doesn't mean that you're not going to do it in the future. And also, she was like, you don't have to lead every project, you know, that you can give away some like control of it, which I think I can sometimes find quite hard. I want to be involved in like all of the creative processes of it. I enjoy all of the different aspects. But actually, she was like, it's okay for you to be in this band, but just actually play the saxophone in it and not do any of the other stuff. I was like, wow, I can do that. That's cool.
That's so fun. I love that.
Yeah. And she just said that, you know, I could make myself a priority, which I think I just needed to be given, I guess that validation that these guys are talking about too, and just be told that it's okay to want to do that for a while. And if you focus on it, then things will happen. And they did. So,
absolutely, because it's that clarity and that focus that like you need to really push a project forward, isn't it? So it's fantastic, really good. And I suppose I just had a question about, like, obviously we're in quite challenging times at the minute for the arts and the live industry, and artists are going to have to adapt and change to these new circumstances we're in. And I just wondered if you had any thoughts about what other talent development organisations and people like MJF and Brighter Sound, if the kind of things that we could be doing to better support artists like yourselves going forward. It's a big question.
That's hard.
I think maybe one thing is more of a focus on developing solo work, actually, because that's realistically the easiest thing to do, isn't it, as opposed to playing for people. So I'd maybe focus on that, and like, I don't know, maybe because there's some projection here, but what's really relevant for me at the moment is how hard I find it to write on my own. You know, I used to do that a lot as a teenager, and it's sort of like I'm reverting back to that time. So it's bringing up a lot of things, a lot of interesting things, but just teaching you more about your intuition and things like that, I think could be really, really helpful for people at the moment. Like, can you like just write a piece of music on your own and just trust that you like it, so it has that integrity, and like, can you finish it on your own as well? That's so hard. So I know for me, like, maybe having a focus on solo things and solo practice, whereby for people who maybe don't have access to the technology, just teaching them tools for writing that don't have to involve like MacBook or really good internet connection. You know,
that would be great.
Not everyone's got that access. Or that
I think that's a real key there, because I think it's a myth that like these live streams are accessible to everybody. You know, it's easy to think like, because everyone's at home, you can do it, but actually that's not true. And so much of this music, what some people might not have the technology at all, and some of the music, like, I know for me, I actually did my first live stream gig last night, and I'm totally honest, it didn't work because my set isn't made to be live streamed. It works to be recorded, definitely, but it wasn't made to be live streamed. My electronics and the technology that I've got isn't made to be put through these kinds of mediums, I guess. I had to like reroute the sound of my computer and do all this stuff, and in the end it was just that my internet connection just couldn't handle it. It just was like, you're trying to do too much stuff, and I didn't have enough RAM in my computer, and you know, it just became like a stressful thing. And I think Sarah's got a point there of like, I mean, I really respect people. I think it's good to have an outlet of live, you know, if it works for people, but why not focus on the time which we do have, and instead of trying to replace something, be like, okay, what can we do? We can sit with our instruments, and we can write music, and maybe we can record at home, who knows. But maybe that's like, could be more of a focus instead of the replacement of something that can't be replicated from our homes, because our homes aren't made as, like, venues are made to be
No, yeah, we can't. Most of us live with other people and have neighbours, and
Children.
can't. Yeah, in your case, I don't know. It's just, yeah, I don't think that, and also there's this weird expectation that people can now just do stuff live. It's like, what? Like my whole background is performing, and luckily always having people that do sound, because that's what they do, and then like what I do is play and write music. But I'd love to learn more about it, and I think it would be great if there was some kind of basics, like some basics course that you could do, which was really accessible and really like went right back to the beginning of like, this is how you set up a microphone at home and stuff. Because like I've done that and it took me quite a while, and I find the idea of it quite intimidating. Like when every time I have to record myself at home, I'm like, oh no. But then it doesn't. It's actually quite easy. Like is what I found, which is great. But I have still had to buy stuff to do that, and I think that's also that's the problem. I don't know what like talent development people could do about that other than giving people some money. Yeah. But I think, I don't know, to be honest, having chats like this is great. And what Manchester Jazz Festival have done with the streamed gigs this weekend is amazing. Like, I can't believe that I get to play a gig, and we don't have to do the sound ourselves and the streaming side of it. Like, I'm so excited, actually. I feel really lucky. So I feel like that stuff like that, like the way Manchester Jazz Festival have made it possible for artists to do what they do. But they've taken care of the other aspects of it, which is like, there's something in that that's really amazing. Like if that's some kind of format could be used.
And like adapting to people's needs as well, because I wasn't able, for me to do the I think the same as both Faye and Sarah, where they're playing it live. Mine's actually like a pre-recorded film, but they were just so great because it was like the initial email of like, can you come do this thing? And I was like, actually that doesn't work for me with where I'm based, and just it didn't work for me. So they was like, cool, let's find another way for us to showcase your music. And I think it's like just like adapting to like each person's situation, and instead of it being like, oh well, we're all at home so we can all live stream. That's actually not realistic, and like there's so many factors that go into it. So yeah, I think like Manchester just done so great with that, because they're just being kind, like, and thinking about each person's situation.
Yeah, I suppose with talent development, it's not a one size fits all. Everyone's different. Everyone's needs are different, and it's kind of how artists can be supported in the best way to develop their careers. That's really the crux of it, isn't it? Yeah, I think it's been a really great chat and really interesting to hear about your experiences. Yeah, I'd just like to finish by saying a big thank you to Steve for joining us today. And
thank you.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to, well, some of your music's already been played. Sarah and Laura, yours has been streamed already, but next up is Archipelago. So as Faye said, they're going to be performing live.
Yeah. So that's weird, like me now will be just before me in the future.
Yeah, future you. Yeah, it's good.
I love it. Well, thank you to you, Lucy.
Thank you, Lucy.
Yeah, see you all really soon, and enjoy the rest of the festival.
Thank you.
Thanks,
bye.
Thanks very much to Lucy Scott there, who herself is steeped in developing emerging artists. She was with Faye McCalman, who we're going to be seeing live in just a minute, Lara Jones and Sarah Hennigan. I want to skip back a little bit because we started off that section with Sarah's drum solo, Power Out. The women are rinsing it in jazz at the moment. That was absolutely fabulous. I felt like I was hearing Kraftwerk, Hacienda, lots of sort of club influences, but she was managing to weave that in with a delicacy of touch and just a sort of an intellectual approach to drumming. I really enjoyed that. I expect you feel the same, Steve.
Well, I know you're a bit of a serial raver, so I knew that would appeal to you. Yes. And then
that's my dirty secret.
Yeah, we heard Lara Jones as well. After that, she made this film for us, which you've probably just watched for the first time there, Debs.
Yeah, I mean, we reviewed Beyond Albedo on Friday at the round table, and Sarah and Lara are both in that band. They're a new band to me. This is why I love Manchester Jazz Festival, for introducing me to these fantastic new artists. And they've got something to say. They are pushing edges, and they've really got something to say. But it was great to hear Lara's solo work too, and what she's doing and how she's feeling through her own creative process there.
Yeah, that was a piece that she developed, because we're talking this afternoon a lot about talent development and artists that MJF have championed in recent years.
And this Hot House program.
The Hot House program is there to help artists through certain barriers, and when an artist is trying to think of ideas, and quite often they come up against problems and challenges. So we've developed the Hot House program specifically to address those things. And what we're hearing this afternoon is, if you like, the musical results of those ideas, then channeled through MJF and out into the real world, as we're hearing. And Lara's piece, which was a really moving and quite dark at times, it was a reflection of her constant train journeys back and forth from London to the north when she was looking after her mum. So you heard a lot of train sounds in there, and it was an oral kind of soundscape, wasn't it? But it really reflected what she was trying to do, I felt.
I love the different textures that she was getting in there, and there was clearly an emotional story that was happening, that was sort of like at the center of that piece. So should we move on now to the next live performance? Because it's great to have these, as I say, different textures of the pre-recorded films and the beautiful black and white thing that we had there with Lara. But now we've got Archipelago. So they're based in the Northeast, and I feel that with their sound, you are getting a sense of everything from that area, from the folk tradition right through to a sense of sort of rock, and as well as, it being filtered through jazz music. So we're going to have Faye McCalman on tenor sax, clarinet, and hopefully some voice too, because I've seen some of her singing, and I love what she's doing. Very unique sort of flavor. The fabulous John Pope on bass and effects, and Kristen Alderson on drums. These are a tight trio. I think they're so sort of like together. The interplay is fantastic. This is going to be a wonderful performance. Again, from the Berry Met, this is Archipelago.
Hello everyone, we're Archipelago. Thanks for tuning in with us today. We're really excited to be able to play together, and now we're going to play some music for you. This is called Chemical. Thank you. So that was a tune called Chemical. And I've got to say, there's a lovely audience here of sound people and video people, so thank you. And we're going to do a tune now called Wake Up. And usually when we do this on a gig where the audience are here, I ask people if they ever get afraid. And usually the whole room is silent to start with, and then one hand goes up, and then another one, and then eventually the whole room's like, yeah, I do. So this song is about being afraid. Can I have a little bit more bass in my monitor,
Hiding stone cold, I am filled with fear. Turn the lights, am I alone in here? Wake up now, it's time. Break yourself through those outlines.
do a brand new tune now, and it's called The Wine Dark Sea. We've only played it once before, and that was just before lockdown, actually. So, and that made me sad thinking about lockdown exists. I just felt like we were playing a real gig. Well, we are playing a real gig. So this is called The Wine Dark Sea. And a huge thank you to Manchester Jazz Festival for making this happen. It means so much to us to be able to play. And also, I was on their Hot House scheme, which I'd totally recommend for anybody looking for different talent development things if you're a musician in the North. And huge thank you. And also stay tuned because there's other people from Hot House playing today. Some great stuff lined up. So thanks very much. So now we're on to our final song for today. And I want to introduce Archipelago to you. So we have John Pope on the bass, and we have Christian Alderson on the drums, and I'm Faye McCalman here. And thank you. Thanks, bandmates. So this is our final song. A huge thank you to UnitedWeStream and all the people here filming and recording for us and doing the sound. It's great. And I hope everybody is okay out there. I know it's a really difficult time for most people. So yeah, sending goodness out there. So this is a song called Waiting, and usually the audience, sorry? Yeah, this is, I wrote this about life being in chaos, but I wrote it before lockdown. All of this stuff was written before lockdown, and now it feels really creepily apt. Okay, so, Waiting. There's my synth. Okay, so you ready? Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Threads holding, come undone. How does your clock walk endless time? Whales can talk, fish can fly. Turn the ice into clouds flung down. Threads holding, come undone. How does your clock walk endless time? Keep your eyes and take your place, waiting for the real today. Whales Thank you.
Archipelago. Wow, the sound of a band that haven't been let out of the house for 2 months, I think. That was fantastic, guys. Thank you so much for coming all the way down from Newcastle to play for us. And would have loved to have you on stage down at Manchester, but that was fantastic and great to see them. And yeah, I don't think the guys can hear me from the stage, but it must have been trying to do that in front of no live audience, Deborah. It's incredible, isn't it? I'm so pleased with what
I
you've
mean,
done.
I felt I was there.
Yeah.
I didn't.
Well, you are.
There
Well,
was
we are here.
there was no loss of energy for me. These
Yeah.
live performances are communicating much better than I thought they were going to, and the power of that. And John Pope getting into that bass bit. God, I was really that was channeling my inner sort of alt rock chick, without a doubt. I loved that. Yeah, super band.
Yeah, I can't wait to see them live as well next time around. So yeah, you're listening to Manchester Jazz Festival, the final day of this year's festival. We're coming to you through United We Stream, and we've been listening to about 3 days of music and features, and hope you've enjoyed what you've had so far. Still loads more to come throughout the day, including quite a few more live sets from Nish Smith. We've got film night, improvisation, we've got Baked Alaskar, and quite a lot of features in between them as well. We've got some focus on some of our commission work from over the years. And we're going to be talking to people like John Ellis, Andy Stamaticus Brown, and Esther Swift. That's a really, really nice chat. And we've got some more short films to watch as well. The next live set,
the best of 2019, because
that was. I think you're a couple of those gigs. What we've got is a compilation of some of last year's festival highlights, and we're going to be having a look at those later, Deborah, aren't we? I think we've got a few favourites of yours in there.
Yeah, Jason Singh.
Yeah.
That what was the venue called?
That was Yes.
I mean, it was like a sort of a, it was really dark, and I came down these stairs and I was thinking, what am I coming into here? And then the most poetic, textural, exquisite sort of web of sounds and ideas and pictures were created. Aaron Ghosh on clarinet in that band was, I mean, it's one of the best performances I've seen from him. So I'm really looking forward to that. But I miss Sarah Tandy Quintet. So I'm also looking forward to that. And Skelter, who are a duo that I know through my Match and Fuse work. Another sort of like really strong powerhouse rooted in today, using electronics, blowing hard and putting that sort of raw energy out there.
Yeah, so we've got those highlights from 2019 coming up, probably around about 5:30 or something like that. We also got a really lovely interview with the legend that is John Helliwell, sax player from Supertramp, and he's been an MGF trustee in the past. One of our trustees, Jill Taylor, interviewed him about his life and his music, and that's a really fascinating chat with John coming up later this afternoon as well. Yeah, so the next band we've got live for you are Yartree. Now, you've heard these before, haven't you, Deborah? I think we had a little round table about these guys talking about a lot of their music.
Yeah, and their influences. And Harcrit, who was on the round table debate with us, was enjoying how they were managing to sort of like pull in Indian sort of sounds and musical rhythms, and it's really subtle and mature, considering they're all sort of like pretty young. But again, another aspect of this music. I mean, if anything, this all jazz festivals are doing this, but you're really getting a sense this weekend of the breadth of this genre of music, and and I think they're a band that brings something else.
A lot of the talent's coming through as well. A lot of the young players, we're seeing what a lot of them do. I think it's time to go to the live set of Yartree. Just before we do, we're going to have a look at a film that Anthony Barkworth's Nightmare. We had a look at Raina Connolly earlier. These are little 5-minute shorts that Anthony made in 2015. And for this one, he's chosen to focus on the work of someone very special. It's John Ellis.
because I like to swim in the sea, actually. I like to get in the sea. I like to go underneath, actually. I like to... It's not enough to get in. When I get in the sea, I always have to at least once dive underneath and be in it. There's something beautiful about being in that's just like the vastness, you know. That's as close as you get to a physical connection with the movement, the wave movement of the universe. You know, when you're in the sea. These are the waves, you know. These are waves that are traveling all the way across the ocean, and you're in it. You know, you're right in it. Then you're in it. I could work through phases, and I can be in one phase, and I think, wow, 2 months ago my head was in a completely different place. You know, life is such a strange thing, you know, and the fact that, you know, 1 minute you feel like you're in life is like this, and then a month later it's completely different. Maybe not completely different, but sometimes it is. It's very, very profound, the change, you know, from 1 month to another. If something shifts, you know, shifts happen. In the moment, you know, I'm looking for those certainties, the chime of the bell. But then even they get washed away, like I say, you know, and then 2 weeks later or 2 months later, something else, you're looking for something else. It's a constant, it never ends, you know, never ends. My way of seeing life or the world is that I accept that, you know, in two months or even 2 weeks' time, that might be different, but that doesn't matter. That's the nature of things. It's in this world, you know. It's the things that are ephemeral.
When the sun rests on my shoulders, ready for the warmth of day to come. Wait on the sun to hold me, steal me away. When day breaks, I lose my mind. Crave the touch of the summer sand, or find me where I lay my burden down, lonesome heart. But the sun rays by my side to lighten my load. Help me through, though time may break me. There I'll meet you. The sun too good shines right through all I need. Wrapped in a warmth makes it
Hello. Thanks for joining us. This is certainly a first for us. We've played on a lot of stages that are really cozy and cramped, but this is the first time we've had the luxury of having so much space, which is a nice change of pace.
A luxury.
A luxury and a challenge. Wow.
So much room for activities.
And we haven't all been in the same rooms together for about 5 months now, since last December. So that makes this extra exciting. The first tune that we played is called Waiting on the Sun, and it was the first tune that we wrote together about a year and a half now, which is quite crazy to think about. And it's the first tune off of our debut EP, Reach, which was released about 6 weeks ago. We're going to play a couple new tunes for you as well. The next one is a tune that I wrote for a program run by Manchester Jazz Festival called MJF Hot House, which we were a part of this year and last year. And it's called Creation. Thank you.
without having love. Rose through mountain forming love. Richest tapestry sold together by blue breeze bears a new words. Freedom to flow. Someone in the Milky Way, cascading life-bound parade. Someone in the Milky Way, cascading life-bound parade. Someone in the Milky Way, cascading life-bound parade. Someone in the Milky Way, cascading
Thank you very much. That was called Creation. We're going to play another tune from our EP now. This one is called Dwab Dwab 2, or Forbidden Fruit. It's called that because that was the name of the voice memo on Beth's phone that fateful day 1.5 years ago when we wrote this tune. And it goes like this.
Those behind closed doors. Oh, if these walls could talk, I'm sure they would reveal such hidden joy we'd steal. Oh, if those leaves dissolve to review the window through such syrup seeped secrets, so sentence in their laced in other truths, climbing past the present, laid to rest, a reconciling open chest, heaving to speak, which arcade should seek to paint a prettier picture of where the sugar tears. These forbidden fruits stain the lips of the root, bursting to behold such hidden where they glow. What is this knowledge we wish to know? Load its outcome, curiosity cues us all. Speeches, let potion sway. She got it, asleep in the lion's den. Where they say things are so easy then, so far from here. They felt it, so content with the fight to burn. Pick up your stance where it fell, your face is still other tales. Pick up your stance where it fell, your traces leave other gaps to be filled. Pick up your stance where it fell, your face is still other tales. Pick up your stance where it fell, your traces leave other gaps to be filled. Other tail, stand sweat it fell. Your traces leave other gaps to be filled. Stand sweat it fell. Your faces still other tail. Stand sweat it fell. Your traces leave other gaps to be filled. Come and reclaim your heart's desire. Get the booty to ram such dreams. Why did you follow? Left you hollow, lost into voids your thoughts to sing. Come and reclaim your heart's desire. Get the booty to ram such dreams.
Thank you. That was Pick It Up off the last tune off of our EP called Reach, which was released 6 weeks ago. I don't know if I said our name, you know. We're called Yatri, by the way, in case you were very confused. My name is Liam. We've got Felix on the keys, Beth on the vocals, Jonna on the drums, and Joe on the bass. We've come to our last tune now, but you can continue to listen to us online and on vinyl if you so wish on Spotify and Apple Music and Bandcamp and Deezer and Napster and Tidal and just all of them. Yeah, this last tune is a new one and it's called In the Clouds. Thank you very much to Manchester Jazz Festival for having us and this wonderful tech team. Yeah, it's been a pleasure being able to play for MJF in some capacity, as we were unable to play our regular live set in front of people. But yeah, this has been great. Thank you very much. We're called Yatri.
There's a sparkle which you vanish. Just let it through. Open to the shimmers, the bending clouds, bending clouds. All your days point to you spilling over. Clouds in the clouds, rise moves through us. There's no smoke without fire, you see. We should tear through this earth guilty, remorseless and cordless for you. Open, there's no bounds to this world held up. We could alter this time, we know, with the bounties that shape the home, shape the home. Call a collect, move forward unscathed. Clouds in the clouds, rise again.
Yartree, and thanks so much for them for coming into Berry Met into the studio. Just a couple of days we pre-recorded that set with them there. But what a fantastic band! The team at UWS are fantastic as well, but not quite so fantastic that they can turn around 2 gigs in 5 minutes. So we had to pre-record Yartree, but that doesn't lessen the energy of their performance. And I'm so glad we were able to get them into the festival somehow. You love that band, don't you, Deborah? We were talking about those on the round table the other day.
Yeah, well, they're just demonstrating all the different colors and feels that jazz can bring. What I particularly like is I feel that there is a really creative story that is being gently told. And that there is this wonderful sort of interaction, and I don't know, there's something that's sort of bringing everything together, and yet there are very, very clear separate parts that you can hear so well. And Bethany she's just perfect at channeling this elegant style of music, which also has a great soulfulness, but it just seems to fly. She enables everything to take off with her, and I think it really suits the whole band. So yeah, I'm really enjoying. And another band really that you're introducing me to, which is the point of a lot of these MJF introduces.
Great. And they're so gigged in as well. They've been doing a Jazz North Introduces tour across the North, playing a lot of festivals, and you can really hear that in their playing, can't you? They've gelled as a band, and that's so rewarding to see. So Yartree, yeah, fantastic set. Thank you, Liam, and the guys for coming to that. Deborah, let's just look ahead to a couple more things to look forward to this evening. We've got the premiere, the film premiere of Mancunity. Now, Mancunity was a piece of music that we commissioned last year from Andy Scott. If you come to the festival a lot, you'll have probably seen it open the festival last year in St Anne's Square. Well, it's not that particular performance, but Andy then went away, did a separate performance that he filmed, and this film is that film performance. And I spoke to him for a couple of minutes beforehand to get his thoughts on the whole idea behind the piece, because Mancunity was about the spirit of Manchester and Manchester's people, and that's very much reflected in the music. And you can hear my chat with Andy just before the film goes out. That's going out probably around about 8:15 this evening. And we've got some more film, haven't we, Deborah, coming up at 6 o'clock of an entirely different nature. We mentioned this earlier, some silent films that we've got some people.
I mean, I love the idea of going back to that tradition of a sort of a pianist playing in front of a silent film. And I've seen this a few times myself, where there's been some great old archive films found, and then a trio or some sort of jazz ensemble playing live alongside the film. And for me, this is a particularly interesting experience because I love film. I really, really love film. I was talking earlier about how much I love archive footage as well. Well, actually, footage and audio. That sense of whether it's crackling or black and white, or the voices or the style of people from a particular era. You know, it's like it's like Narnia going through the back of my wardrobe and coming out into a completely different place. But it's our place.
Yes, exactly.
Back in time. And so I'm looking forward to that, and how that is interpreted. Sorry to interrupt, but how that is then also interpreted in musical terms too, and what that brings, the sort of how that expands the experience of the visuals that we'll see.
Well, Jose Dias on guitar, Adam Farewell on keyboards, and Paul Baxter on the bass with Johnny Hunter. They'll be showing us live because we're looking at those films from the Northwest Film Archive. We've got one from about 1919, which follows some cotton processing in some of the mills in North Manchester.
Yeah, that was the one that I was talking about earlier, because I'm actually really interested in that process and how things come to a product that is a woven, material. I find that sort of slightly magical, that it goes from a bit of fluff into something that is something we wear.
Exactly. Something you wear very well, Deborah. And then we've got another Inward Bound. This is one following a ship along the Manchester Ship Canal coming towards the docks and unloading. So you're going to see lots of landmarks. Some of them still exist, like the Runcorn Bridge, I think, and it's just going to be amazing. I'm really looking forward to that.
Yeah, well, they tap into a sort of a romance about our history, which I think is really important. It's it brings us deeper into an understanding of sort of where we come from, where we're going to. I think history and these sorts of documents are fabulous that we have them, especially from eras when there weren't that much there wasn't that much being filmed. I think that one's from about the 1930s.
Yes. Well, bringing us straight back up to the present. Time for a little bit more live music very soon. And we're going to be hearing from Nishla Smith and pianist Tom Harris just in a couple of minutes. Nishla is, again, one of our artists that came through the MGF Hot House program. You've been seeing so many of those artists this afternoon. Nishla's a singer and songwriter. I think she's going to be playing a set of standards here. But I think you can hear such a beautiful, relaxed tone in Nisha's voice here. And I'm just really looking forward to hearing her, because I think, as we were talking about earlier, she prepared this video for us that didn't come off of a balcony gig. So let's welcome to the stage two marvelous musicians for the next half an hour or so. On piano, we have Tom Harris and the delicious voice of Nishla Smith.
Lately, when I'm in my room, all by myself, in the solitary gloom, I call to myself, hey there, you with the stars in your eyes. Love never made a fool of you. You used to be too wise. Hey there, you on that high flying cloud. Though he won't throw a crumb to you, you think someday he'll come to you. Better forget him, him with his nose in the air. He has you dancing on a string. Break it and he won't care. Won't you take this advice I hand you like a mother? Or are you not seeing things too clear? Are you too much in love to hear? Is it all going in one ear and out the other? Better forget him, him with his nose in the air. He has you dancing on a string. Break it and he won't care. Won't you take this advice I hand you like a mother? chin, love to hear? Is it all going in one ear and out the other? And out the other. And out the other.
Hi, my name is Nishla and this is Tom Harris. And we're going to play a few songs for you today for MJF. The next song we have is one of our favorites to play together, beautiful tune called Mean to Me.
You're mean to me. Why must you be mean to me? My darling, it seems to me you love to see me crying. I don't know why I stay home each night when you say you phone. You don't, then I'm left alone, singing the blues and sighing. You treat me coldly each day in the year. You only scold me whenever somebody is near. Dear, it must be great fun to be mean to me. You shouldn't forget, you see, what you mean to me. must you be mean to me? My darling, it seems to me you love to see me cry. I don't know why I stay home each night when you say you phone. You don't, then I'm left alone, singing the blues and sighing. You treat me coldly each day in the year. You only scold me whenever somebody is near, dear. It must be great fun to be mean to me. You shouldn't forget, you see, what you mean to
So next we have a song that's a beautiful Gershwin number and kind of new for us as a duo, so we're going to enjoy it.
There's a saying old says that love is blind. Still we're often told, seek and ye shall find. So I'm going to seek a certain lad I've had in mind. Looking everywhere, haven't found him yet. He's the big affair I cannot forget. Only man I ever think of with regret. I want to add his initials to my monogram. Tell me, where is the shepherd for these lost lamb? There's a somebody I'm longing to see. I hope that he turns out to be someone to watch over me. I'm a little lamb who's lost in the wood. I know I could always be good to one who'd watch over me. Although he may not be the man most girls think of as handsome, to my heart he carries the key. Won't you tell him please to put on some speed, follow my lead. Oh, how I need someone to watch over me. I need someone to watch over me.
This next song we've got for you is one of our absolute favorites. We discovered this song. I kind of remembered it from a really old Billie Holiday recording, and we dug it out, and it was just as great as I remembered it being. And since then, we've kind of really made it one of our favorite songs to play. So this is a song called Jim.
doesn't ever bring me pretty flowers. Jim never tries to warm my lonely hours. Don't know why I'm so crazy for Jim. Jim never tells me I'm his heart's desire. I just don't seem to set his love afire. Gone are the years I have wasted on him. Sometimes when I get feeling low, I say let's call it quits. Then I hang on and let him go, breaking my heart in bits. Someday I know that Jim will up and leave me, but even when he does, you can believe me, I'll go on carrying the torch for Jim. Doesn't ever bring me pretty flowers. Jim never tries to warm my lonely hours. Don't know why I'm so crazy for Jim. Jim never tells me I'm his heart's desire. I just don't seem to set his love afire. Gone are the years I have wasted on him. Sometimes when I get feeling low, I say let's call it quits. Then I hang on and let him go, breaking my heart in bits. Someday I know that Jim will up and leave me,
even when he does, you can believe me. I'll go on carrying the torch for Jesus. No care for me, I'm happy as I can be. I learned to love and to live, devil may care. No cares or woes, whatever comes later goes. That's how I take and I give, devil may care. When the day is done, I suffer no regrets. I know that he who frets loses the night. For only a fool thinks he can hold back the dawn. He who's wise never tries to revise what's past and gone. Live, love today, and come tomorrow what may. Don't even stop for a sigh. It doesn't help when you cry. That's how I live and I'll die. Devil may care. I'm happy as I can be. I learned to love and to live. Devil may care. No cares or woes, whatever comes later goes. That's how I take and I give. Devil may care. When the day is done, I suffer no regrets. I know that he who frets loses the night. For only a fool thinks he can hold back the dawn. He who's wise lies, never tries to revise what's past and gone. Live, love today, and come tomorrow, what may. Don't even stop for a sigh. It doesn't help when you cry. That's how I live and I'll die. Devil may care. Tom Harris on keys. Amazing. So next we've got a song for you that I wrote specifically for Tom and I to play together. And since then, it's Tom's written some beautiful piano lines, and we've kind of, it's come to have a bit of a flavor. It's a song called The Lark. And yeah, the lyrics are pretty self-explanatory. So yeah, this is The Lark. I saw a lark today, wheeling above the trees, just like a song I used to know. And as she passed my way, I heard the echo of your voice. I know it well. It's been a long, long time. Still I remember every cadence of your love and every movement of your mind, careless and lovely as the lark. Stayed with me all summer, I recall. Said you'd not leave me for another, but with the winter's bitter cold, well, things went south the way they do. And if you passed my way again, there'd be a lot more to discover. But with the way things tend to go, I think I'd rather never know.
seems an easy pain. Still, I'm relieved to see that time has worn you well, with only gently curving lines to mark the passing of the years. It's very strange and sad knowing you're really just a stranger after all. Someone I never really knew, someone I barely can recall.
So the next tune we've got for you is a surprise to Tom. Let's do Comes Love. Yeah. Comes a rainstorm, put your rubbers on your feet. Comes a snowstorm, you can get a little heat. Comes love, nothing can be done. Comes a fire, then you know just what to do. Blow a tire, you can get another shoe. Comes love, nothing can be done. That's all, brother, if you've ever been in love. That's all, brother, you know what I'm speaking of. Comes a nightmare, you can always stay awake. Comes depression, you may get a little break. Comes love, nothing can be done. Comes the measles, you can quarantine the room. Comes a mousey, you can chase him with a broom. Comes love, nothing can be done. Comes a heat wave, you can hurry to the shore. Comes a summons, you can hide behind the door. Comes love, nothing can be done. Don't try fighting, 'cause it isn't any use. You'll start sliding when your heart turns on the juice. Comes a headache, you can lose it in a day. Comes a dentist, call your dentist right away. Comes love, nothing, 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 nothing can be done. Comes a heat wave, you can hurry to the shore. Comes a summons, you can hide behind the door. Comes love, nothing can be done. Comes the measles, you can quarantine the room. Comes a mousey, you can chase him with a broom. Comes love, nothing can be done. That's all, brother, if you've ever been in love. That's all, brother, you know what I'm speaking of. Comes a nightmare,
always stay awake. Comes depression, you may get a little break. Comes love, nothing can be done.
Thank you. How are we going for time? Cool. Shall we do Don't Explain?
Hush now, don't explain. Just say you'll remain. Skip that lipstick. Don't explain. Quiet, baby, don't explain. There is nothing here to gain. I'm glad you're back. Don't explain. You know that I love you, and what love endures, nothing rates above you, for I'm so completely yours. Don't wanna hear nobody chatter, and I know you cheat. Right and wrong don't matter when you're with me. Hush now, don't explain. You're my joy. You're my pain. My life is yours, love. Don't
Thank you. This is our very last song that we have for you now. I just want to thank Manchester Jazz Festival so much for having us, and United We Stream for making this really exciting event possible. This is the brilliant Tom Harris playing piano. You can follow him on Instagram at Tom Harris is a common name. My name's Nishla Smith, and you can follow a project that both of us are working, if you like, called Ulita, which is kind of a theatre project that brings together the two of us and a visual artist as well. This is our last song, and hope you've enjoyed the performance, and stick around for all the great performances that are going to be going on until late this evening. I could while away the hours, conversing with the flowers, consulting with the rain. And my head I'd be scratching while my thoughts were busy hatching. If I only had a brain, I'd unravel every riddle for my individual in sorrow or in pain. With the thoughts I'd be thinking I could be another Lincoln if I only had a brain. Oh, I could tell you why the ocean's near the shore. I could think of things I never thought before, and then I'd stop and think some more. I would not be such a muffin, my head all full of stuffing, my heart all full of pain. And perhaps I deserve you or be even worthy of you if I only had a brain. I could while away the hours, conversing with the flowers, consulting with the rain. With the thoughts I'd be thinking I could be another Lincoln if I only had a brain. I'd unravel every riddle from my individual in sorrow or in pain. With the thoughts I'd be thinking I could be another Lincoln if I only had a brain. Oh, I could tell you why the ocean is near to the shore. I could think of things I never thought before, and then I'd stop and think some more. I would not be such a muffin, my head all full of stuffing, my heart all full of pain. And perhaps I deserve you or be even worthy of you if I only had a brain.
Oh, thank you so much, Leash and Tom. Wonderful set, such a gorgeous sound, perfect for a Sunday afternoon. And thanks so much for coming in and doing your gig live. Wonderful to hear you. And well chosen song at the end there. I think you knew you were handing over to me, didn't you? I only had a brain. That's the thought that's been passing through my brain every one of the past 25 years as we started the Jazz Festival every year. So coming up, we've got plenty more live music for the rest of the day, and including the improvisation to the two films coming up around about 6 o'clock, and some more MJF highlights. Now, for the next hour, we're in more delightful company. John Helliwell, sax supremo and member of Supertramp, and I know he's well liked and well known amongst Jazz Festival audiences. John was supposed to be bringing his band to the festival this year. Unfortunately, that was not to be. But we invited him to sit down in his comfiest armchair with Jill Taylor and talk us through some of his highlights from his esteemed musical career. So grab yourself your favorite aperitif and spend the next 60 minutes or so in the company of John Helliwell.
So this is my great pleasure and great privilege to be talking to the legend, which is John Helliwell this afternoon.
A legend, my goodness.
The legend.
I'm a legend in my own mind.
Oh, well, I know lots of other people's, John. Fantastic.
Yeah.
So it's really brilliant for you to give up your time today to talk to us for Manchester Jazz Festival.
Thank you. And obviously, at the moment, we've all got plenty of time to do stuff, haven't we?
Yeah, sadly,
Yeah.
It's all a bit crazy.
Yeah.
But you've been bringing joy to your fans for over 5 decades, John, and that seems unbelievable because you don't look old enough, but there you go.
Well, I was born in 1945, so just before the end of World War II. How about that? But it's been a pleasure for 55 or more years as a professional musician to bring, as you say, joy, or to bring pleasure to people.
Yeah.
It's a nice thing to be able to do. And when I work, it's play. When I play, it's work. So the two words are interchangeable, but it's been good. And hopefully it will continue.
Oh, I hope so, indeed, because you've got lots of forward things in your diary, which we'll come to later. I wanted to ask you, as you have spent the last 50 years honing your skills and entertaining us all, you've played in so many different genres, from progressive rock, pop, jazz. I mean, is there anything that I've missed in all that? I'm sure there is.
Yeah, country and western.
Have you?
No, I missed it too.
Oh, right.
we both missed it.
Yeah, that's not on Wikipedia, John.
As Buddy Rich said, there's only 2 types of music I don't like, and that's country and western. But no, I'm okay with country and western, but I just haven't really done any of it.
Yeah.
It's mostly guitars, isn't it?
Well, yeah, I don't think it's really your thing, but you have such an impressive and broad, eclectic, I think, approach to different styles. And how do you span all that? And does it require you to have lots of different techniques of playing, or how do you...
It's just if I could say my forte is just maybe doing a solo on someone's record or with Supertramp or whatever. There's more to it than that, but it's just me listening to the music and just trying to get something that I think fits with it. And I think that I tend to try and be melodic in my approach, whatever the genre is, and it comes from probably having an eclectic background. I was sort of inspired to play music first of all, well, in my teens, from listening to jazz, and so I was a real jazz head. But then I joined up with some R&B groups, and we played soul, and then it became progressive. So I sort of ran the gamut there. And then I joined Supertramp and just became a sort of 5th member of that. And it was just the combination of people. So it's just chance, really, throughout all the years.
Yeah, and the other names that you've played with, Pink Floyd, Diana Ross, obviously your own Creme Anglais, super big tramp band. There just seems to be across so many different types of music that you've been able to slot yourself into.
Yeah, and I'm kind of branching out now and doing 1 or 2 projects that I like, but it's all based on my whole playing and ethos is based on certain times in my life when I heard certain people and was prompted, for example, to get a clarinet because I heard something, and then a saxophone because I heard something, and then and it's just circumstance. So we could go through a little bit of history of but whatever. We'll see where our conversation flies.
Well, I was interested to know where you started and how many instruments you play professionally. I'm sure you play others non-professionally as well. You seem to be very talented on lots of different wind instruments. But
yeah, that's subjective. My first musical memory is of my mum and dad singing parts of Messiah, Handel's Messiah, and being so, oh, that sounds nice. And then maybe hearing it. We didn't have a record player back then or anything, but maybe hearing it on the radio, or maybe going to a performance of Messiah, something like that. When I was about 5 or 6, something like that, and thinking, wow, that sounds great. and then I was in a choir in church, and then we managed to get a piano, and I did a sort of year's basic piano lessons, and so that sort of what got me interested in music. And then I gave up the piano and just kind of hung about as a pre-teen. But then there was a certain time when a neighbour of ours was into more traditional jazz, and she played me a recording, and the recording was of a song called Petite Fleur by Sidney Bechet, performed by a clarinet player called Monty Sunshine, who used to play with the Chris Barber jazz band. And so he had a sort of, I think it was a minor hit. It was in the late 50s in here where we are. And I thought, whoa, I'd love to get a clarinet. So I saved up for 2 years, pocket money, and bought a 15 quid clarinet. How about that? Yeah. And I got some lessons from a local guy in Todmorden, Percy Dobson, and he played in the local orchestra. And he taught me the rudiments of playing the clarinet. And I actually joined and sat next to him a few times when he was playing with the Todmorden Symphony Orchestra, that was nice. But through listening to jazz and maybe buying a couple of LPs, I bought an Acker Bilk LP, and I think maybe a Chris Barber and his jazz band and LP, and I had a single of Lonnie Donegan singing Something Had a Big Hit. Not My Old Man's a Dustman, but another one, the Rock Island Line. Anyway, through that, I used to listen to, it was very difficult to hear on the radio jazz, especially modern jazz. And one day I was tuning into Voice of America Jazz Hour, and I heard some, it was Cannonball Adderley, and I thought, oh man, this sounds good. This sounds really good. And so I bought a Cannonball Adderley LP, Cannonball Takes Charge. And I thought, whoa, this is really cool. And I heard people like Art Blakey and Miles Davis and thought, that music's far too complicated for me. But after listening to Cannonball and other people for a while, I sort of got into the modern jazz. So that was when I thought, maybe I should get a saxophone. So this is 2 years on. So age 15, I saved up, I don't know for how long this time, but I bought a £35 alto saxophone.
Upgrade.
Yeah. So I started then, and I got some more lessons from Percy Dobson in Todmorden, and he taught me, because he played saxophone as well, because aside from playing in the Todmorden Symphony Orchestra, he played in a dance band too.
And was that your first professional gig then? Did you start in the dance band? Or?
No, I started in the, I formed a little group to play at the grammar school that I was going to, and it was a Todmorden Grammar School. So we called it the TGS 5, and it was a little jazz ensemble. But the headmaster came down to listen to us rehearsing one time, and we were singing the St. Louis Blues. And he stopped us halfway through and he said, "You can't sing Baby. We won't let I refuse to let you sing." So David Thomas, the singer, he had to sing Loved One instead of Baby. My loved one gone left me, or whatever.
Yeah, very
anyway, that was, and then so I branched out a bit and played a little bit with, I played in a dance band called the Premier Dance Band, and other things, and just kind of bumbled on while I was at school. Then I left school and left home and went from Todmorden to Birmingham, and I got a job as a computer programmer. I did that for a couple of years.
Very different from being a saxophonist, clarinetist.
Yeah. Although
are there similar skills or similar brain waves?
No, I think maybe brain works in a certain way. There's supposed to be some correlation between music and mathematics. I don't know. So you've got to think in a logical way if you're a programmer. But in my spare time, I started to go to jam sessions and play with different people. And it was while about a year later, I was about 18, 19, and I'd got into playing R&B's. No, I got into playing jazz. That's it. And then one night, I made a trip to Coventry to a club to see the Tubby Hayes Quintet. And I went, it was a multi-layered club with several floors. And I went to see Tubby and watched the first half of Tubby Hayes. Fantastic, great. But in the interval, I heard this other noise coming from downstairs. So I went to have a look, and it was the Graham Bond organisation with Jack Bruce and Ginger Baker and Dick Hextall Smith. And they were playing their style of R&B. It just completely captured me, and I stayed there for their second half and didn't go back upstairs. And that really saying something, because Tubby was one of my heroes. So this kind of turned me around to R&B as well. It really got to my heart. And I joined a group in Birmingham called the Dice Men, and then I joined a group called Jugs O'Henry, and they were kind of part bluesy. And in actual fact, turned professional with them about what would it be, 1945, 55, 60, 64 or 5, that's it. And we went to London.
You were just a kid, 19,
I was.
20, and you were playing professionally.
We went to London, and we lived in London, and we got quite a few gigs. We used to play, we actually played weekends where we went to Bournemouth and did a gig, and then we went to the Isle of Wight and did, with all sorts of people like Screaming Lord Sutch, Davy Bowie, when he was Davy Jones and the Low Third, did I just say Screaming Lord Sutch? And Hines and the Wild Boys, but this Jugs O'Henry. And then we did some recording with them at the Marquee. There was a studio at the back of the Marquee. And then it just broke up. This band broke up. So I was at a crossroads in my career. So I thought, well, I'll advertise myself and try and see what happens. So I put Half Stacks Will Travel in the Melody Maker, and I got myself a job. I also got myself a job as a computer programmer in Sweden. So I'd reached this crossroad because an answer came back from the Melody Maker from this chap called Alan Bown, and he was continuing with a group that already existed, and so I had this choice to make, whether to join Alan Bown or whether to go to Sweden, and I chose to stick around and stay with Alan Bown.
You ran away and joined the circus.
Yeah, I did.
Lucky for us, you did that.
Well, this group was interesting because it had been before. It had been the John Barry 7. And then when John Barry got too busy writing his music for the James Bond and whatever, he let Alan Bown lead the group, which was called the John Barry 7. And then Alan changed it to his name. And then that group went through from 65 till 70 or so. And I played with that group for quite a long time. We made a few LPs, had a few good singers, including Robert Palmer, Jess Roden. Yeah. And that was really working, 7 nights a week or whatever. So that was a good grounding, that was.
And where does Supertramp come in with all this?
Yeah, well, about 1971 or so, we'd had a sort of, what do you call it, an uprising or something? We all left Alan Bown and tried to form our own group. And we were doing really well up until the first gig that we did. We called ourselves Wizard, not Roy Wood's Wizard, but we just called ourselves Wizard. And we did a gig in Fulham in London. And after we'd finished the gig, which went down really well, the old manager came back and took our van and all the equipment, said it was his. So we were just left with nothing anyway. One of the last bass players in the Alan Bown group was a chap from Scotland called Dougie Thompson. He'll surface later. So then I reached a point where there'd been some mess ups with tax, and I owed the tax people £500, which was a lot back then in about 1970. And I borrowed £500 from my mum and dad. And so to pay this off, I got 2 jobs. I was a dry cleaner during the day. I used to work from 7 till 4. And then I came home and went to bed for an hour, and then got up, had some dinner, and then drove up to London from Slough. I got myself a job in the Celebrity Club, and it was a club on New Bond Street. And it's a club where they had like dancing girls and a band and the odd singer and everything. So, and we finished at 3, and I drove back to Slough, where I was living with Alan Bound's mother still. And no, I just got married then. And then just back to bed for a couple of hours, get up, have breakfast, and go and do the dry cleaning job. So I did that.
Living the dream, John. Living
Yeah.
the showbiz dream.
Until driving home a couple of times on the M4, I found myself in a completely different lane to the one that I thought I was in. I thought, oh my goodness, I'm going to have to do something about this. So I started to take drugs, and that was Pro Plus caffeine tablets.
Right. The lost drugs years.
Yeah.
Of John Helliwell.
So anyway, I did that until I paid off the loan from my mum and dad, and then I gave up the day job and just did the music at night, which was lovely. Yeah. And then after that, because my old pal Dougie Thompson recommended me for another gig, which was one of the hardest gigs I've done, and that was to work in a pickup joint. I forgot what it was called just now, but it was a trio. It was drums, piano, and saxophone. And we had to play for these acts that came on, and some of them were taking their clothes off, and the clientele came in and they had to buy a bottle of champagne for the girls and all that business. But we had to play continuous music from 9 p.m. till 3 a.m. Non-stop. So one of us had to take a break at a time individually. So I was forced to play a little bit of piano. It's very basic. And I actually was on the drums at one time. You never really want to hear that. Anyway, so I did that.
So you could actually have your own one-man band.
Yeah.
You could do the whole thing.
But no, it was awful, the drums. When the stripper or whoever was ready to play, we were busy, tinkling away, and there'd be a sort of with that on the wall behind us on they were ready, and then you'd have to go into the number that they wanted, whatever. Anyway, after that,
a great education.
I went up in the world after that. So I joined up with some people who were backing American soul singers, and I worked with Jimmy Ruffin, What Becomes of the Broken Hearted. I worked with Arthur Connolly, and I forgot what he played, and Johnny Johnson and the Bandwagon. I was working with these few people. This brought me up to about 1973, and then the drummer and the bass player went to work in Germany, in Wiesbaden, for a guy called Pete Lancaster, who was a singer and organist, and he sounded a bit like Ray Charles. Good, it was a good band. And I joined this band, and we played American air bases in Germany, around the sort of mid-German area, around Frankfurt, Wiesbaden. And so I lived there in a really cheap hotel. It was so cheap that there wasn't even a restaurant or anything. And so I learned to speak German, eine Kaffee bitte. And after a while, I had to, it was well before mobile phones, I had to book a call to my wife, Christine, once a week and go down to the post office and book and go into a little cubicle and talk to her. And one time she said to me, Dougie Thompson's called. It wants to know if you want to come down and have a rehearsal with Supertramp. Now, just to backtrack slightly, Dougie Thompson, who was in the Alan Bound group, he joined Supertramp about 18 months previously from an advert, and he'd been working with Supertramp. And there had been a couple of times when with the Alan Bound set, we'd been touring or we'd been playing somewhere and we'd come across them and we kind of liked them. So I didn't know them intimately, but I knew of them and knew their music. So Dougie said,
seem to have a great vibe with them on stage. Do you, is that the same in real life?
Yeah.
You seem to get on great when you play.
Oh yeah. Yeah, when we did before I joined, but then Dougie said, do you want to come down and have a rehearsal and try out? We're reforming. They were trying to go for, they'd made 2 albums and they were thinking about making a 3rd. And they decided, and I joined in with them, and there seemed to be some kind of mutual liking, or so I liked their numbers and seemed to fit in. So there were 5 of us, including Dougie on bass, and we actually went away to a cottage in the country, as you did back then, and which was great, paid for by the record company, and there was about 13 people all together with the band and wives and girlfriends and recording engineers and stuff like that. And this is an interesting financial point. It's like the £15 clarinet. We used to feed everyone for a week on 20 quid. We went down to the cash and carry in Crewkerne. It was really good. So we were down in Somerset somewhere. And we got together this album called Crime of the Century. And we decided that it was one, for Supertramp, it was their 3rd album. It was my first with them. It was one last chance, really, to make something as good as we could. And it seemed to work. And
how many albums did you do with Supertramp in the end?
I think we'd done about 9 altogether. That was 73. And we rehearsed and then we recorded. The big boss, one of the big bosses of A&M Records, came over from the States to have meetings in London, and the A&M people in London were worried because we were spending a lot of money in the studio making this Crime of the Century. And he came along and listened to us as we were recording, and he said to them, "Let them carry on, let them do just what they want. They're doing good." So we came out with this album, which was it was a beginning of a sort of big successful period for us. And we actually, the next year, 75, we moved to California because we toured in this country, yeah, and we sort of got about as far as we could just then. We wanted to see if we could crack the US, which took a few years, but we did eventually.
Yeah. And how long did you live in it was Los Angeles, wasn't it, that you lived?
But, yes, I lived in Santa Monica and Venice and a place called Topanga, which is near Malibu. And we ended up living over there for 17 years.
Oh, gosh. Yeah.
And that's rushing through all that period. This is from 75 to 92.
Yeah.
We had a big success, which we built up through the 70s for the album Breakfast in America, which was released in 79 and was the biggest selling album in the world, which was good. And then we sort of carried on from there. But after things, we had a sort of hiatus within the group, just resting period. And I decided I would like to learn more about music and more about playing. And I applied to the Royal Northern College of Music in Manchester to see if I could study the saxophone and music there. And
wow.
Fortunately got in, and that was in about 92. So,
and how was that with the other students? I bet they were blown away that you were part of their gang. Were they all sort of 18, 19-year-olds?
Yeah, they all fell about. We were in a line waiting to join the Students' Union, and the person behind the desk saying, name, date of, year of birth, and they were all saying, 1980 or something silly, and I said 1945, and they all just collapsed. But it was interesting going into it that way, because I'd already had the practical experience, which they hadn't. that was it. And it was really good for me.
Was it a jazz course? That you did
No,
there?
they didn't have a jazz course then. It was just a straight course, but there was, and still is, a big band that played, and that was run by Clark Rundell, and I was asked to join in that. I wasn't really well. I'm still not a good reader per se, but I joined in with the big band, and I learnt a lot. It was great, and I learnt a lot about classical music, and I played in the wind orchestra and ensembles. Learned a lot about modern music, and then jazz and reading. It was really good for me.
And do you think, John, do you think it affected your style, having exposure to all that, more like the academic side of music? Do you think it?
I think it altered my technique slightly. I think that I became a better player. I think I'm still on the upward curve, and I think that I became better. I don't think it altered my style. No, I still had this sort of jazz bass, but tempered by rock and soul, and so I find it quite easy to fit in, because I don't like to play too much. I like to try and create melodies with what I'm doing.
So when you say it made you a better player, do you mean the type of sound that you produced, or the melodies that you were creating?
I got a better sound, I think, and I got a better idea of how to project. I've been playing okay before, but a bit untutored, but nevertheless, it was all right.
Totally successful, yeah.
I'm still proud of what I recorded in the 60s, and well, the 70s were better than the 60s, but I think I became a better player. But it didn't change me too much, to be honest, in terms of if you listen to me playing with a group nowadays. I like to think that I'm a better player, but I'm still in the same area.
Yeah, because not everybody can do what you do, which is all the improvisation, the whole jazz thing. So you may get a fantastic saxophonist who can read well and play well in a big band, but then can't do the improvisation, the more creative stuff that you do.
Sometimes, yeah, people, especially at college, it's not so much nowadays, but people who are deemed to be classical players are really scared of improvisation and everything. Well, I wasn't scared of that. I'm not a good reader. I can maybe learn something.
Yeah.
But
was much of your career, which is we've talked about at the start, spanned over 5 decades? Was a lot of that spent on the road, or were you separated away from your wife, or did she go with you, or
it didn't. Well, she didn't come too much. With Supertramp, we tended to do long tours, to be away, and through the 70s, we'd make an album one year, which might take months and months, and we'd tour on another year, which might take months and months. And I missed the birth of both of our children because of that, which is not an easy thing to bring up, but it has its downside as well as upside. We were in the 60s. I was working a lot with the Alan Bound set. We used to work about 5 or 6 nights a week, and until we put out. Somebody said at one time we joined a different agency and we put our fee up. The fee sort of doubled, but we only got about 1 or 2 gigs a week after we'd done it. But that was just, continuous work for a few years. But with Supertramp, it was sort of on 1 year and then recording. And that went right through the 80s, and then there was this period off where I came I came back to live in Tomberton, in fact.
How did Todmorden compare with the bright lights of LA?
With Malibu, it's quite a difference, to be honest. But I like the green fields and the real food, etc., etc.
Real people,
people. Yeah. I didn't stay in Tomberton forever, but I moved up into the Yorkshire Dales.
Yeah.
And now Cumbria, but we're quite happy. But
so I wanted to ask you, obviously in the we've got COVID-19 at the minute, which is enforcing us into most of us into isolation on our desert island, and I wondered if you had any desert island discs that you could recommend to us to cheer us up. What would your favorite tracks be?
Oh, just to mention a few. Can it be an LP, or can it just be a track? An LP.
Oh, yeah, we're not doing it for the BBC, so we can make our own rules up. Yeah, you can take the whole album for sure.
Well, I would take the first thing I would think of to take would probably be the album called Something Else by Cannonball Adderley, who plays with Miles Davis and Art Blakey, Hank Jones, Sam Jones. It's a superb album. It's got the sort of stamp of Miles on it, but it is Cannonball, and he's playing really, really well, and it's sort of classic album.
Yeah.
And I know it's a bit trite, perhaps, to say, Kind of Blue. Similar period, the Miles album, Kind of Blue. Cannonball's on that too, as is John Coltrane. I might take a Weather Report album. What's it called? The biggest Weather Report album. I'll remember in a minute. Did you know that I played on a Weather Report album one time?
I did not know that. I didn't.
Well, let me tell you, I was doing some recording in North Hollywood with our drummer from Supertramp, Bob Siedenberg, doing a record for some other guy. And just down the corridor in another studio, Weather Report were recording. And we were sitting around in the studio, and Joe Zawinul and Jacko Pastorius popped their head round the corner and said, "Can anyone clap?" And Bob, the drummer, naturally said, "Yeah, I can clap, man. What's up?" And he said, "Well, we're just doing some recording on a track now. Perhaps you'd like to come and have a clap with us." And said, "Yeah." And I said, "Yeah, I can clap." Mr. Zawinul, sir. So Bob and I went down the corridor, put on headphones, along with Joe and Jacko, the four of us round a microphone, and it was a track called River People, which is the one that starts on the goes do 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 do. So that's me clapping with Weather Report.
Well,
I thought you might like to know that.
I'm very impressed. You know, your flute, your clarinet, your clapping, your saxophone.
Yeah, I was forced to play keyboards with Supertramp too. That's what didn't make me. I wouldn't call myself a pianist or a keyboardist, but I had to do parts because with Supertramp's playing, there was only 5 of us, and when we were doing the studio recordings, there's maybe 40 tracks that you've got to mix, and so when you go out to try and do the music live, there's just 5 of you playing, so you have to sort of hone things down, and so we had to change instruments. Somebody'd be playing guitar, and then
I've actually seen you playing the tambourine, John.
Tambourine too.
Yeah, I've seen that with your long hair.
Yeah,
tambourine.
Well, my hair's getting long now.
Look.
My hair's getting long now because can't go to a barber, a hairdresser.
And sporting a new fabulous beard as well.
Well, this is a 2-month growth. I thought I would just keep growing it. I'm not sure whether to keep it. It's all white.
See how long you can get it before lockdown is lifted.
Oh gosh, I hope it doesn't get too long.
So yeah. I'm going to ask you what you're allowed to take one of your one album that you're on to your desert island. Which one would it be?
Oh, that I'm on. I would take that I'm on. Do I have to listen to me?
Well, just in case anybody comes by, and a rescue boat wants to have a bit of a party.
I would have to take the album yet to be released later this year called Ever Open Door.
Fantastic. Good
which
choice.
is my new project. Shall we bring that up a bit later?
Yes. Yeah.
Still a lot of history to go through.
Go on. Where did we get to? The mid-1990s. Okay.
And I got to yeah.
RNCM.
Yeah, the RNCM, and then about 96. I was asked to do an album with Roger Hodgson, who had been in Supertramp for 10, 12 years and was out on his own and doing a project. So I went and did a project with Roger and made an album. And then right after that, Rick Davis, who was the founder of Supertramp, said he was wanting to make another album. So I rehearsed and recorded that and then toured in 1997. And when I went back to the RNCM to speak to them about continuing my 4-year course, which I'd only done 3 years of, they said, no, you can't come back now. So unlike the American system where you can sort of get credits and then go back anytime and finish a degree, I couldn't really go back. But not that I was busy then anyway. So I actually never. I'm a dropout, a college dropout.
Well, you did 3 years. That's impressive.
Yeah, I did 3 years, and I was doing well. I think I was on track for an honours degree, but it's all evaporated. But it was really good for me, and I enjoyed it.
They should give you an honorary degree anyway, and claim you as one of their own stars. I would recommend that. Yeah.
So yes, so that happened, and then we sort of continued on with Supertramp through 2000 up to 2010, and I started to do projects with other people and projects for myself. I met some really good musicians from my time at the Royal Northern, and notably maybe Mike Walker, who you may know, and John Ellis, Steve Gilbert, Geoff Griffith, and I decided about 2005. I thought, well, I might as well just I've been doing gigs with people, John Helliwell Quintet or whatever it was, and then we decided to make an album. And so I made an album in about 2005. I decided to call the group Creme Anglaise because it was like the cream of the English players. So we had some originals and covers, and we made an album then. And we did gigs as Creme Anglaise. We played at the Manchester Jazz Festival a few times. So that was good. And I continued playing through the last decade or so with other people in Europe, especially. I got a relationship with a French guy called Alan Simon, who had this Excalibur project, who we did various tours with, and a Hungarian drummer called Leslie Mandoki, who works in Germany. He lives in Germany and makes really good recordings with a plethora of jazz and rock stars, and sometimes does tours. So there's all sorts of things been going on in what I consider now my sort of retirement years.
But still rocking, still rocking.
And
oh, go on.
Yeah. No.
I was going to ask you, out of those, let's break it down into 5 decades of playing music and giving pleasure to your audiences. Do you have a favorite decade of where you think that's my sweet spot, or do you think it's yet to come? Are you still working on that?
It's now. It's this decade. Starting with 2020. Yeah, it's. I think I'm still playing okay, and I do hope that I have the wherewithal and wisdom to find out for myself if I'm not playing as good as I could or have done. If my plane starts to tail off, I hope I have the wit to be able to say, right, that's it, that's enough. But I still think I'm learning and I'm playing okay, you know.
Yeah.
So
you think this is your best time? Because are you doing any touring now, or not
right
now? But
I would have been. I would have been working with a few of these people I mentioned and myself, and doing gigs with this project. I call this project now Ever Open Door Project, which is I got together with Andy Scott, the saxophone player and arranger and writer, and because about 3 years ago, a friend of mine asked me to play at his daughter's wedding in a little church near where we both live, and I said, yeah, okay. I'm just envisaging that I would do a little solo performance, and then he happened to mention that there was a string quartet playing in the church for the wedding also. So I had this idea that Andy Scott and I asked him if he'd write a little arrangement of the tune, which we call Whaley Whaley. The river is wide, it's called.
Yeah.
And if you do a little arrangement for string quartet and saxophone, and he did, and I played it at that wedding, and it went down well. They enjoyed it. So that was the beginning of this idea to do an album with a string quartet. And so I started to think about tunes to do, and then I had the bright idea of adding Hammond organ to it, just to flesh everything out and put this another. But it's not just Hammond organ. I had the idea to use John Ellis. That's basically it. So it's basically John and the Hammond organ playing the Hammond organ. So and Andy we got right into making arrangements of numbers. There's 2 Supertramp numbers, and so it's for the Sing string quartet, John Ellis on Hammond organ, and myself. And we did a gig in Chester at Story House, July 2019. And we also booked the next day to do more recording. So we recorded the gig, and we videoed the gig, and we recorded all the next day. And out of that has come a CD to be to come out later this year. And I got the
and you were going to be performing at the Jazz Festival, weren't you?
On this very day that this video is going to be shown, I was supposed to be doing a gig in St Anne's Church, which hopefully will happen at some stage, maybe next year or whenever we can do it. Yeah. So this CD is coming out, and I'm very happy with it. It's so nice to play with sensitive musicians, and it was also quite nice to play for a change without drums and bass, without anything else. It's all very quiet, and it's all ballads, and so it's all very sensitive, and it allows for sort of full expression.
I'm looking forward to hearing it, and I think we're streaming some of it, aren't we?
Yes, there's going to be a track called "The Ballad of the Sad Young Men." It's going to be played when we finish talking, and that's what the record company called the first single, which is released May 22nd. So it'll just be out.
Fantastic, fantastic. What's it called again? What's the whole album called?
The whole album is called Ever Open Door.
Ever Open Door.
Now that's one of the tracks, and that's a track, a tune by Rick Davis at Supertramp. And I also do a number called If Everyone Was Listening, which is a number from Crime of the Century. So some people might be familiar with them, and just various other numbers. I pick tunes that I really like the tunes, and I play them on clarinet or saxophone, or maybe both in the same number.
Brilliant. So what's next for you then, John? Apart from the release of your album, which is in the bag?
I've got this project, and running alongside it is a project which I call the Super Big Tramp Band. And it's a big band, 18-piece big band of the crack players from the north of England mostly. And we've done a few gigs already. We did have a session booked in August 6 and 7 in Parr Street Studios in Liverpool, which 2 things have happened to that. The session was cancelled because of the coronavirus, and now Parr Street Studios gone into not liquidation. They're finished.
Yeah.
So we've got to have, when this thing's over, we've got to get a new venue, a new recording studio, and make the album that we were supposed to. And we had some good interest in Germany. And so at some stage we'll be recording and then touring with that band. Now that's interesting because we play only the music of Supertramp, and it's only instrumental, and it's a big band with me being the sort of soloist and MC. So it's like a different take on different Supertramp numbers, but the melodies are still there. You know, what we've found is that people really like it. So for some reason,
I bet you get a great audience for that.
We did well. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
We actually played it last year at the Manchester Jazz Festival. So
I remember.
Played at the RNC. And, yeah, that was good.
Well,
so things done and lots of things to do.
Indeed, it's all still out there. And I think as soon as we are out of lockdown, there'll be such a burst of creativity because people can't wait to get back at it, can they?
Yeah, exactly.
Have you done anything trying to record it independently with your colleagues and other players? Have you done anything online, or just?
Oh yes, I've done a few projects where somebody will send me a track, and I'll put a solo down or play all over the track, and then they can edit and use it. I did a thing with about 20 saxophonists that were led by a chap from Portugal. I did a thing with this Hungarian drummer, Leslie Mandoki. I did something for Selma saxophones, where they're thanking the nurses and medical staff. Brilliant. And that's apparently the bass player on that's going to be Marcus Miller.
So it sounds like you've been as busy as ever.
I've been doing stuff upstairs in the attic, and and trying to get myself practicing and stuff. Although I get sidetracked by television series. I watched the entire Breaking Bad again.
Well, it gets a bit addictive, doesn't it? That sort of stuff.
Yeah, that's the problem. But
so, anyway, John, I want to thank you for your time today. It's just been absolutely fantastic and really interesting to hear about your life.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Anything else you want to tell us? There's a bit of inspiration to cheer us up on these strange times.
I think it's going to take a while for things to get better, especially for musicians and everything. But people are going to be really starved of hearing and seeing live music. That it's got to come back with a vengeance at some stage. And we're all, us musicians, are obviously, you can speak for yourself as well, that we're obviously looking forward to playing to people again instead of just the microphone. So we're looking forward to coming back and playing to everyone.
I think the explosion of what has gone on online, if people want to be creative and want to communicate, you can't stop them somehow. And there's so many things that people have done collaboratively from the back bedrooms, even in spite of everything. And some good stuff is really coming out, but everybody's waiting to get back to that live audience, aren't they?
Yes, absolutely. We're looking forward to it.
Brilliant. Thanks, John.
Thank you very much.
John Helliwell, legend in everybody's lifetime. Thank you.
John Helliwell's Ever Open Door, the concert we're all looking forward to seeing at MGF next year, I think, John. And thanks to Jill Taylor for talking us through John's magnanimous and ongoing career. Deborah.
Yeah, we've got recordings now from last year's festival, something I'm particularly thrilled that we're going to be seeing. Another chance to see Jason Singh and the Adivasi Quintet, Sarah Tandy Quintet, and the stupendous Skelter. Look out, it's going to be groove, dark edges, emotion, and something pretty spectacular.
evening, ladies and gentlemen. Hello. What's happening, Manchester? How you doing? You alright? Come on! It's the last night of the festival, let's have it large. That's Mr. Craig Hansen on the drums. We're called Skelter. It's nice to be home. It's beautiful to play at home, as always. I know it's nearly home. I'm going to call it nearly home for you. Is that alright? Yeah, that's cool. Alright, so we're just going to do a little bit of warming up, you know, because we got the amazing Sarah Tandy on later. She's got Binker Golding with her. Do you know that tenor player? Yeah, exactly. So we're just going to warm up for them, do a few tunes. Just relax, jiggle if you need, the hip thing, all in the hips. Yeah, do it, just do it. Don't be embarrassed, it's okay. We all do worse things behind closed doors. Yeah.
That's good. That's good.
people. Make some noise for everybody in the house. Just a little note, Alex, please can you get some more of
Jason Singh and the Adivashi Quintet there. I was at that gig and reviewed it last year at Manchester Jazz Festival for Jazzwise. And I remember, I think I said something like it was set between Europe and Asia, hip hop and birdsong. Sensory, engaging, with some fabulous involvement from Arun Ghosh there on clarinet as well. Before that, the Sarah Tandy Quintet, another golden light on the UK jazz scene. She's there leading her band on electric keyboards with another blistering solo from Binker Golding on saxophone. And we started off with Skelter, Manchester-based duo, the stupendous Sam Healy on saxophone and Craig Hansen on drums. That was super to revisit, wasn't it, Steve?
I know, they were really kind of highlight gigs, weren't they, last year? And I remember seeing you bopping around and running from one to the other. Great to see, and lovely to kind of remember our festival venues. Let's not forget our festival venues. No, Yes was there. And, we kind of missed Band on the Wall, Matt and Fred's, the RNCM, Stoller Hall. We'll be back very soon, I hope, in as many of those venues as we can, and certainly next year. And one of those venues, one of our partner venues, Whiskey Jar, is the place where every Monday night, the local promoters, NQ Jazz, put on their Monday night sessions. And they've been doing, that's Karen and Emily have been doing a fantastic job over the past year or two, presenting some of the best UK artists and international artists, bringing them to Manchester for those really intimate gigs in that small club environment where you have about 70 or 80 people really enjoying some really high quality music. And of course, they were going to feature as a big part of the festival this year. And one of these nights was going to be a film night. So we're going to attempt to recreate that now. Deborah, would you care to accompany me to the pictures? We are going
I would love to, Steve.
As long as you slurp on your own Cure and keep your hands off my Revels.
Do they have chummy chairs, which were the double chairs they used to have sort of in the 1940s? Little double chairs.
Let's find out. Let's go and get a front row seat. We're going to welcome into the Berry Met 4 musicians who are going to be improvising to 2 short films that we've dug out of the archives of the local Manchester and Salford from the early 1900s. And we've got 4 musicians, drums, a bass, guitar and piano. And we're going to be watching the films as the improvisers play to the music. And I'm just wondering, with the miracle of technology, whether we're able to communicate with the musicians on stage. And I don't know if Josie, are you there on guitar? Can you hear? It doesn't look like you can, but but what we're going to do, we're going to watch 2 films, which one of them, the first one is Barlow and Jones. Now this is from 1919, and this really depicts workers at the cotton mills in North Manchester. We're going to be looking at how the kind of process of unpacking and treating all the cotton and getting it all ready for the shops and going to the warehouses. It's about 16 minutes long. It's some fascinating insight and a trip. Well, it's about 100 years ago. So you probably won't see much of Manchester in this film, but you'll see a lot of the mechanics and the people actually going through a lot of this process. And of course, we're going to be listening to the live music made as we're watching it by Johnny Hunter on the drums, Paul Baxter's on the bass, Adam Fairhall at the keyboards, and Josie Dias on the guitar. So let's settle back in our love seat to watch the very first of these films, Barlow and Jones Limited from 1919. Josias, Adam Fell, Paul Baxter, and Johnny Hunter. And we were watching a film from 101 years ago. Josie, can you hear me now on stage? Are you able to have a chat with us at all?
Yes, I can. How are you doing, Steve?
Hello, Josie. Oh, great to hear. I'm always remarkably surprised when technology actually works. Sorry about before. I didn't actually, I had my headset turned on, but not my brain. So that was amazing. It works so well, especially when you've got kind of machinery and that kind of rhythmic impetus. I mean, how did you go about starting anything like this?
The interesting thing about this film, and actually the next one, is that we don't have a narrative, so we are absolutely free to do whatever, or to take the film to wherever we want. So, you know, there was some sort of tensions here, so in a way we were sort of creating a story that's not there, a narrative that's not there. You know, some things like being, you know, hardworking, and you know, the resilience of Manchester people. You know, in a way, I think the music, at least the way we are trying to do it, sort of enhances that, brings that sort of dramatic side to it.
Yeah, I want to ask a question as well, Jose. Hi, it's Deborah here, co-hosting with Steve. I felt that there was also a response sometimes to the shapes and actions of the machines. So there was a point when there were long sort of threads of cotton being pulled out, and it felt like the strings of your guitar were an extension to that.
Yeah, well, in a way, we can opt to do that, which is almost like Foley in cinema, where we try to emulate the sounds that we're seeing on screen. But yeah, we can do that, and yeah, I was trying, because the guitar seems awfully like, you know, those machines, so I was trying to do that. I know that Adam is also, he's changed his piano a little bit, so he's also working with his strings in the piano also in a different way. So yeah, we're trying to work like, you know, this would be the mill in a way.
And what I find sometimes quite hilarious, because we've all been, I don't know, in a way we've been primed to watch kind of old movies from the 10s and 20s, 30s, always accompanied with kind of vintage jazz, you know, and that kind of Kid Ory and Fletch Henderson, that kind of style. And it's an amazing contrast to actually be brought bang up to the present with this kind of, you know, heavy improv. And I think that's something you've done so well, kind of matching the kind of two media there. But so am I right in thinking you don't prepare very much before this? You watch the film perhaps once and you all share that around, but then you leave a lot to the moment, or you just pick out some little bits in advance that you can work on just in case?
Well, yeah, well, first, yes, you know, it's one of the most interesting things, at least as a musician, to do this, is that we are sort of juxtaposing a film that's more than 100 years old with music from the now, contemporary music. But at the same time, you know, this documentary was, I'm sure it was really, you know, really modern back there, you know, and the way they edit it, you can see that it's really, you know, the vanguard of film editing back then. So in a way, we're all trying to do something new. And yes, we do discuss the film. We discuss what sort of approach we're going to take with each film, and what sort of contrasts we can create. But it's mostly free. We try to see the film as another musician on stage. So it's another set of stimuli that we're responding to.
Considering it's completely free, I felt that the way that you all worked together, so there was some overplaying, but there were moments when something would be highlighted. Are you just sort of intently listening to each other in order to have those spaces for each other, but know when to come together and sort of have a little bit of a crescendo of sound?
Yeah, the thing about improvised music, not just free improv, but jazz, is that most of all you have to listen to the others, because we're trying to build something together on stage that, in this case, it's not written. So if someone's doing something worth listening to, let's stress that instead of just layering on top of that. And yes, it's sort of composing and arranging at the same time, so it's really interesting.
Can I just say, sorry, Steve, before we move on, was that I felt that there was a really wonderful, sensitive response to the emotion of the film as well. Jose referred to the hardworking people, but, that sense of not nostalgia exactly, but there is something quite moving about watching a film like that. And I felt that music really extended it to another dimension. It brought in another dimension.
Yeah, can I respond to that? This is a film from 1919, so it's just after the First World War, and that brings such a weight, a dramatic weight. At the same time, and I didn't know this, Adam, our pianist, told me my grandma, his grandma, used to work at a cotton mill here in Manchester. So there's sort of there's a connection here. So it's really amazing that we're not just paying tribute to those people, but trying to, again, as I was saying in the beginning, create a narrative and the best way we can, of course.
Mm.
Absolutely, and indeed, I think those mills were filmed in Bolton and Farnworth, which is just very, very near to where you are now in Bury Met. So, Jose, I'll let you get back into position to play for the second final film for us this evening. We're going to watch a film a little bit later from 1934 called Inward Bound, and this traces the journey of along the ship canal in Manchester towards the docks, and we see it passing underneath Runcorn Bridge into port, where all the cranes set to work unloading the cargo. So Jose Dias, Adam Fayol, Paul Baxter, and Johnny Hunter accompany Inward Bound.
filmic essay
from 1934 of the ship, the Manchester Commerce, moving from Mersey docks to Manchester docks via the ship canal. Jose, playing guitar there, I'd like to ask something about that, because for me, although there was a story, actually, this was like a piece of art. There were so many fabulous camera angles and abstract shapes, and it felt like the band were really enjoying responding to that. Is that true? Was that a good experience?
Yes, I think there was several moments where we felt that, that there was sort of a crescendo in different ways. So yeah, we were just taking the boat ride, and at the same time it seems so epic, you know. So yeah, I think there were some epic moments there. We were just overwhelmed by, you know, the film and the beauty of the canals.
It's great. You arrived with us at the end. It was wonderful, actually. Jose, just a final question for you. You've done quite a lot of work in this area. What do you look for in a film that is marvelous to use for improvisation?
I'm afraid I couldn't get there. Could you just repeat, please?
I'm just wondering, Jose, what do you look for in a film that makes it marvelous for improvisation?
Oh, sorry about that. Well, personally, and we've been doing this work, I mean, myself, Johnny, Paul, and now Adam, and we've worked also not just as musicians, but as researchers in this field, in this idea of studying how music, improvised music and silent film can have an interesting relationship. And we've discussed this as musicians and also as researchers. The idea that films are like living organisms, and each time you perform for a film, for a silent film, there's a new relationship. It's like starting over again. For me personally, and I know that, you know, from the work we've done, those films that either have a more open narrative or no narrative at all. And we started with some surrealist films in the beginning, and then we went on to Fritz Lang and the Expressionists and Murnau. You know, those kind of films will allow you much more room to improvise and to create different narratives or to contradict what's in the picture. So yes, we particularly like the German Expressionism, or in this case, these sort of documentaries that, you know, for the beauty of how they're edited and they're shot, you know, just inspires you to create narratives or to at least put something of yours in there.
So, Steve, are we moving on to something else now?
I think we'll draw to a close there, Deborah.
I don't want to, because I could watch these films with the quartet for much longer.
We have to move on. But Jose, Adam, Paul, and Johnny, thank you so much for coming into the Very Met to perform for us of those films. It was great to hear and great to see. So thank you so much. You're getting a round of applause from I can see on camera.
Really, really super atmospheric and evocative work. Just what I hoped it would be. Thank you so much.
Wonderful, wonderful. Inward bound. Okay, so we move on to the next piece. There's plenty more to come tonight, including live music from Bake Telescar to close the evening, and we've got Andy Scott's Mancunity as well coming up around about 8:15. Okay, next up was the final chat that I had. John Helliwell, indeed, and I were very lucky to be able to talk to some of the commissioned composers over the years that we've been working with, about 12 or 15 years. And we drew together John Ellis, Andy Stamatakis Brown, and Esther Swift for this one. And they're going to be talking about the new works they created for their MJF Originals commission. And apologies for the audio quality on John Ellis's sound here. We've done our best, but his neighbour had just got an angle grinder for his birthday, I think. Yes, I'm joined by three marvelous composers that we've worked with just in recent years as part of the MJF Originals series, and so overjoyed to be in the company of these amazing musicians and composers on this screen. Let's say hello to them around the screen. And John, who have we got in the corner there?
Now, is this me or John Ellis?
That can be you, John.
Oh, it's me.
We can go either way.
You're John 1.
You're John 1. John the first.
Steve,
Yeah.
I'm the world's expert on me. Honestly, yeah. I know my middle name and everything. John Ellis really well here. I'm a saxophone player, and I've been associated with the Manchester Jazz Festival for many years, and also in the capacity of trying to decide who gets these commissions. So it's very interesting for me to see these people again, and it's a great thing to do. It's very.
Oh, I wonder who that is.
Wood.
It's the. Oh,
so
no,
I'm going
yeah.
to check, see if it's level.
It's the guy next door. He just keeps on doing these things. I don't know what he's. Did you know that Tom Waits song? What's he building in there?
Yeah.
What's he building in there? I don't know. Tell you one thing: he's not building a playhouse for the children.
John
Yeah.
Ellis has just introduced himself as a DIY expert.
Yeah.
Handyman, if ever there was one.
Tell us what you do, John.
Yeah, what are you building there, John?
I don't know what I'm building. I've actually been doing a lot of gardening the last few weeks, and I've been really enjoying the good, honest labour, digging up the earth and planting things. Fantastic. I'm giving up this music lark. No, I'm not at all. I'm not giving up the music lark. I generally, in the music lark, I usually, I play all different kinds of things, but I'm usually playing the keyboards. I think that's probably the main thing that I end up doing. Yeah.
Tell us about some of the people you played with, John, or are playing with, and
Some of the people
such an
that I've played with.
amazing.
And I feel like I'm getting almost ancient now. I'm almost like getting to John's kind of dimension. But so I can't go on the list. But I mean, the people I'm playing with now, I played with John, yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Had some great times playing with John. At the minute, I play a lot with Raina Connolly and Honey Feet. Played stuff with them. I sometimes go out just playing and singing on my own, playing songs with a little trio, which I really enjoy. Or I did. You know, that's those were the days. And all the people I've played with lots of different people, you know, like cinematic orchestra, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, too many to kind of rabbit on about now, I think.
That's great. Andy, let's say hello to Andy Stomaticus Brown in the corner.
Hi,
Yeah,
as Steve
that's
has
it.
just said, I'm Andy. Like John, I'm also mainly a piano player. It's certainly the only thing that I do in public musically is play the piano, keyboards and that sort of thing. I guess like John and probably like everyone that's listening, I've been lucky that has a garden anyway. I've also been gardening recently. Yeah, I don't really know what to say. Who else do I play with? I guess one of the groups that I've done most of my work with over the recent years has been a gypsy jazz group called Gypsies of Bohemia, which is, thanks for the thumbs up, kind of Django Reinhardt meets Britney Spears is the kind of catchphrase for that.
I'd like to be at that meeting.
Yes.
Yeah, ultimate dinner party, right?
Yeah.
Thanks, Andy. Yeah, we'll come back and we'll talk loads more. Esther, let's hear from you. And there's a giveaway in your screen. Giveaway, what you play.
This is my nice piece of furniture.
Awesome.
No, I play the harp and I sing, and I play mainly folk music. I don't want to sound too Scottish when I say that. Mainly folk music, but that's kind of where my roots lie. And I write songs primarily, but I play with my duo called 12th Day and with the harp quartet, which is actually mainly instrumental music, and that's all my own music too. So yeah, and I do lots of different creative projects here in Scotland and in different corners of the world. So, yeah.
Thank you, Esther.
Got the approval of John's neighbour.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
One thing that struck me when we were sort of putting these conversations together is the three of you all produced not only amazing music, but you also produced really big projects that were quite spectacular, quite large scale, and happened in some beautiful places. And they're all they all had a really special connection to Manchester as well, I felt, each in their own special way. And I think John Haley will remember this when we were kind of originally talking about all the works that we were going to appoint over the years, that the main thing that kind of ticks that box when we go, yeah, let's do that's the one, is that personal kind of story from the artist that really shines through, and that we know will then kind of shine through to the audience as well. And I think each of you had that in your work. And maybe Esther, let's start with you, because we commissioned Light Gatherer a couple of years ago, 2018, wasn't it? I think now. And
Yeah.
it was premiered in the beautiful Spiegel tent in Albert Square for a big, I think, 11-piece ensemble, including your harp quartet. But it featured especially some very special poems, didn't it?
Yeah, it featured the Manchester, well, she hails from Manchester, Caroline Duffy, who's our current poet laureate. I think her term's about to come to an end, but she also now lives in Glasgow. And so I felt there was a nice kinship there between Glasgow and Manchester. And I think Glasgow and Manchester are similar in many ways, actually.
Yeah,
With
definitely.
the spirit of music and the culture being such a kind of harness point of both of those cities. And so, yeah, I'd just been in love with Caroline Duffy's poetry for many years, since really I first discovered her. I think I was at college at the RNCM when I first heard her poems, and I think it was her book Raptures that I first read, and it just like spoke in such a with this kind of like honest, kind of not brash, but just really upfront, kind of to the point, sort of words that she used, which were really brave and authentic, and yeah, really spoke to me a lot. And I've set a couple of her poems in the past to music before the commission, including Light Gatherer, which was the title track of the piece. And I set 6 other poems, including Light Gatherer.
And I suppose that kind of, for want of a better, that abrasive quality in the words, I think I remember you saying you really wanted to try and reflect in the music, and you tried to kind of, I suppose, go against the grain with this common perception of the harp as this kind of like heavenly sound, this kind of flowing, beautiful, pleasurable kind of auditory experience. And you wanted to make those two kind of, I suppose, clash, but produce something that was quite challenging to listen to.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I started playing the harp. I played the violin first, and I took up the harp when I was a little older. I think I was 14 or 15. Yeah. But it immediately spoke to me because of its like massage effect on my ears. And then I kind of, once I'd just wanted to practice it all the time, and once I'd sort of established that kind of union with it to some degree, I suppose, which everyone who plays an instrument gets, I then wanted to explore lots of different types of more jarring sounds on the harp that are less associated with the instrument. I mean, it's such a huge instrument, and it's got so many different parts to it. There's lots of metal work, and there's obviously this hollow soundboard, and there's all the pedals in the base of the instrument, which make on all these things make really interesting noises in themselves. So yeah, just trying to utilize the whole thing.
And it's such a visual spectacle, because seeing 4 of them on stage is, for a lot of people, that's really unusual. That experience of just seeing 4 together, it's quite sculptural to see. And then you kind of you'd scored the music around them, and you'd positioned the other musicians around them. So it's a very theatrical performance, wasn't it?
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to hide away when
Yes,
there's
you can't.
harps on
Yes,
stage.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's
Yeah.
also quite nice hiding behind a harp, actually. It's
Yeah.
kind of, it's like a comforting big thing that you can.
Well,
hide
talking of
behind.
hiding away, we chose, well, we didn't choose, a very hidden venue was chosen for Andy's piece, Cottonopolis. I think the year before then, wasn't it, 2017?
It was,
And
yeah.
Andy, just to kind of preempt your piece, Cottonopolis, obviously the link to Manchester's cotton past, but we were really struck, I think, by your idea of bringing in Manchester's dance music scene with its cultural and historical past, and also making something special and surprising about the venue as well, which, if you remember, we kept secret from the audience until the day of the show. And we actually ended up staging it in a disused mill in North Manchester in Ancoats and brought everyone there, didn't we?
We did, yeah. There was a lot of debate between us, I think,
Yes.
about how late
Yeah.
to leave the notice,
Yeah.
notice about where to go. Yeah, and I'd stolen that idea of the secret of the reveal of the location from some friends that run a club night, who ended up actually DJing either side of Cottonopolis that night. So they've been doing a secret reveal for a night called Space Cassette for, I don't know, maybe a year or so before we did Cottonopolis. And yeah, I just thought that was a nice, fun thing. It was also quite, I remember it being quite difficult choosing or finding the right venue for what I wanted to do.
Yeah.
Because because I wanted this link between the industrial heritage of the city and the club scene. So that space was absolutely perfect. It just took us a while to find it.
Yes, it did.
Of course, I'd been there before for one of these club nights, but I'd not kind of computed that it would have worked for something a little different.
But it was the perfect place, wasn't it? And funnily enough, how this can happen sometimes. You end up going around the houses and you get really disappointed every time you realize something isn't possible or something isn't right. And you think you're compromising all the way. And then you end up with this option, which ends up being what you can only imagine as being the best possible way it could have happened.
Yeah, well, I had this idea at the beginning of the project to actually include some loom machinery, some cotton looming machinery in the performance. And so that would have severely limited the location options because there are very few, I think we could have, we looked at the textile gallery in the Museum of Science and Industry. But actually I thought, in the end, I went to the gallery there at Museum of Science and Industry and sampled all the machinery, and then used that in the old mill space where those machines would have existed some 100 years ago or so. So in a way, although it was a kind of, I guess, more of a party night than your average jazz gig, it also had, I felt at least, that because of the setting and because of the sounds that were there, it was kind of quite ghostly in a way of something that doesn't exist anymore in Manchester. There haven't been any working mills for decades now, I think.
And again, a large ensemble, wasn't it? Because you brought, I think, 12 players all in, or was it 11 or 12?
Yeah, it was 12. 12, including 2 drummers, one of whom was playing all the triggers for the samples as well as their own drum kit. So it was quite noisy. Not very much space for sort of finesse.
Finesse, no. Not very much space for hosting our sponsors, but they loved it. I remember we were talking about this earlier with Anton Hunter, who produced quite a free jazz orientated piece, Article 11, and John Helliwell, remember, we were quite nervous about bringing the sponsors to that, but in the end they loved it, stayed all the way through. We didn't sell it as a difficult piece, that's the whole thing, it's a new piece of work, full stop. But I remember that occasion going into the mill and everyone ended up having a fantastic time. It was so
the sponsors were really rowdy.
Yeah. you were there,
I
Esther.
loved it.
Yeah,
I was rowdy.
In fact, Esther, I think I remember walking home with you afterwards, and we had a chat, didn't we? And that ended up with you being commissioned the next year. So it's.
I think that was, you know, after speaking to you that night, it encouraged me to apply. Yeah.
Oh, fantastic! Yeah. Oh, we'll come back to your piece, Andy, in a lot more detail. But John, let's talk about the occasion and also the environment where we performed Seeds and Streams, which was your 2015 commission with the animator Anthony Barkworth Knight, and that was to mark what was then our 20th anniversary. So that in itself was a special occasion. But remind us where we were for your commission, John.
That was in the big hall in Manchester Cathedral. Yeah, so that was. I remember just coming in for that. It was a very strange event. So there was just some seats at the front of the of the space that weren't filled. It's like, who are these people? Who are they? And then they just all came in ensemble right after everyone else was seated. And I didn't really know. I didn't know at the time that they were the sponsors. I didn't know who it was. It's quite intimidating. But anyway, they were there.
Yeah. And that was the great hall in the town hall. And we staged it late at night, didn't we? 10 o'clock at night. Yeah. I think I remember we had to get the town hall clock silenced for a couple of hours just for
Yes, we did. We got it delayed.
And we got it delayed, yeah. And
I hope nobody got into trouble because we got their, setting their watches to it.
I think they've only just turned it back on, to be honest. Right. But I think what we were trying to do, or you were trying to do, was quite ambitious, really. And that the size of the ensemble and the collaboration with Anthony was remarkable. Anthony ended up putting 3 huge screens, didn't he, around behind the musicians, and you had created this wonderful rolling music because your theme was about evolution.
Yeah.
I
mean, it was all based around the kora for starters. So it's like Esther's, like the harp, the sound. It's such a soothing sound, and because it was the kora, it's a modal instrument. So everything had to be within that bunch of notes. So it was a challenge in a way. So I did to find out how many keys that I could use, how many chord changes I could use, and everything within just this set bunch of notes. But I think that it was a very sort of flowing piece. I think I was going through quite a difficult time in my life at the time. It was really difficult, and in a way, I listened to it the other day, and it's kind of all trying to soothe myself. I think that's what was going on in that piece. I was trying to kind of wrap myself in a nice, warm, fluffy blanket, and in the sound of the music, and the sound of the music, I mean the conceptual part of it with Anthony. We had a lot of fun talking about what it was about. I mean, obviously, people that were there just absorbed it as music, but we spent a lot of time, had a lot of fun. really great to do it as a collaboration, actually, because if it hadn't have been, it could have been even more pretentious than it was. You know what I mean? Because we were kind of taking the mickey out of ourselves as we were going along, you know. But it still matters to me, that subject, and it's something I'm really passionate about, the idea of where are we going. And that's what I was trying to ask that question of myself, I guess, and trying to put that out there, you know, to people. If anybody is watching this, if they do want to kind of delve into what I was trying to be on about, there's another video that well, you could find it on my website, actually. It's there. There's like that I put a few quotes on there, and there's some of the original music that I wrote for the piece before we actually did the live performance. That sort of goes into what I was trying to ask, the questions I was trying to ask in the piece. Yeah, that was the inspirations, I should say.
Yeah. John Helliwell, you look like you're about to ask a really interrogative question there.
Well,
Can't wait to hear what it is.
Well, I was just thinking that now it's 5 years later. Have we come in the same direction that you were thinking we may, or have we gone off at a tangent?
Well, it doesn't really matter. I would say it doesn't. I mean, I've got my own feelings about it, yeah. But what I was trying to do was try and engage. I think what's happening in the last few months shows even more need for people to galvanize their idea of where we want to go, you know, to stop kind of looking to other people, to Big Daddy or whatever, to come and say, to come and lead us by the hand, because we do have that capacity, you know. We are those creatures, we are these creatures on the earth. We do have this capacity to go beyond, and we do have this capacity to take hold of our own evolution, decide where we want to go, you know. And it seems such a shame if we just kind of don't even bother and just sit on the sofa and watch Netflix and get the Pringles in, you know, the takeaways or whatever, you know.
Yeah. Well, I think that this situation we're all in at the moment is it very interesting, people's reaction to it. It seems a lot more human.
Yes, yeah.
You know.
I think it's definitely a time where we can, we've got an opportunity to reset, you know, and that's where I feel about things right now, and I really hope that we take it. I feel uncomfortable with the talk about let's get back to normality. I feel quite uncomfortable with that, to be honest. I think the systems that we had were so fragile. It's kind of shown that up, you know, the education and health being monetized in the way they have. You know, we can't carry on like that. All the people that work in those areas, all the people that actually do the work in those areas, they all know it. We should just listen to them and listen to what they have to say, in terms of what direction those places, those areas, you know, should go in.
Yeah.
That's the way I feel about it.
Absolutely.
I mean, you'll have to kind of stop me because I just kind of go on and on like this, you know. So.
Well, it's really interesting, because actually what's emerged over a lot of these discussions is how much of this music comes out of sometimes a personal struggle or a difficult period for some of the creators. Not necessarily, it hasn't always the case, but it's really interesting to hear how the music that's been created has sometimes been kind of springboarded from trouble or internal kind of challenges. And interesting because you wouldn't necessarily think a commissioned work is the place for that to live, you know, but actually a commissioned piece of work does give you the opportunity to think slightly outside of the box, outside of your normal work load, if you like, and think, right, what can I, take away the restrictions, take away the limits, what would I do, and how would I express these kind of thoughts and feelings in music in a way if it was purely open to me. And that's
so grateful. I'm sure we're all three of us so grateful for that opportunity. You know, I mean, it was such a just to be able to have that time to rehearse, I think, for me, to get people together and to have that level of organization. Of course, I'm sure the other two are the same, you know, to have someone helping to do that organization, to take the logistics side burden off your back, because that can be such a heavy burden in trying to get these big projects together that you're just kind of crawling along, and the energy to actually do the music can be sort of sapped out of you just by the logistics of it. So,
and of course, a lot of those things we try and hide from the public, from the listener, because we want to make it look easy, and we want to make it look like it's not a struggle to create this technically or kind of operationally, you know. But there's a lot of, I mean, I can remember, gosh, all sorts of things with yours, John, about the venue, and then Andy, when we're trying to work out the logistics behind, you know, getting everything into that space, and even clearing all the rights to use the poems for you, Esther, as well. There's lots of things behind the scenes that that someone has to do and someone has to get on with in order for the music to then rise through. And
and interestingly enough, when the audience comes in to see any performance, it's of no concern, really. Whether you spent 10 years writing it, or you spent 3 days trying to get to the venue, or whatever. None of that really should matter at all to the audience. They're just seeing a work of art, performance, whatever. That's what's great about live performances like that.
And they've all, I mean, thinking about how they've kind of lived on with you, and whether the pieces, if you like, have stayed with you and stayed with your repertoire. I know, Esther, you took the piece up to Celtic Connections and had an amazing time there, didn't you?
Indeed, yeah, and I was due to be playing it in the Dutch Harp Festival as well, which is this weekend, and then in Hidden Door Festival, which is in Edinburgh too. So I'm sad neither of them are going to go ahead this year, but next year they're both going ahead. So
But I mean, how?
About,
Go, Andy.
Sorry, I was just thinking about your trip to Holland, Esther, because we spoke about that when you were you know, getting that all sorted out, and I just thought, I feel so sorry for you that you know, every one of these big gigs takes so much effort to organise, and yeah, I thought it might have been this week. I couldn't exactly remember when you were going, but this weekend would have been such a lovely time to go to Holland.
Yeah, no, I really appreciated your advice, Andy, with all that stuff. And I think, just the organizational stuff, going back to that, all of the behind the scenes stuff, like getting the permissions for the poems, as we were talking about before, it's just so amazing to have that sort of support. I don't think I've felt that in other commissions that I've got, just the extent of support in which, you know, I felt like you were going to facilitate all of my whimsical desires. So yeah, that was, I really appreciated the whole process for that reason too.
I think there's a lot in just following the kind of artistic vision that an artist has. If that's kind of what's kind of given birth to the idea, there must be something in that, following that process through. So to try and sort of prevent any of that from coming to fruition seems counterproductive anyway, you know, because you want to try and enable the fully the kind of the envisioned a piece of work to take place, don't you? But I think thinking back to your performances as well, I mean, they're always, I don't know what you remember else about the performance, but they're always quite a stressful environment, aren't they? Especially premieres, where you kind of, there's an additional pressure.
I think it's such a crazy thing, you know, that part of it. It was for me, because you spend so much time preparing for it. And it's months, isn't it, that we all spent doing it. And then you just get this one thing, you know, and it's kind of almost impossible for it to live up to your expectations. You know, I think that's definitely for me. I remember at the end of my performance, I just thought it was been a complete disaster. Just thought that I thought it'd been a complete and total disaster for, you know, for me, for what I wanted it to be. And, you know, at least I was old enough to, like, by the time I got home, I'd kind of sorted myself out, you know, and then some friends were there and stuff. But, you know, 20 years ago, I would have been distraught for weeks. But, you know, it's crazy, you know, but it was for that reason, because it just couldn't match up to, you know, you're building up to this thing and then there's just one chance.
How much of your sort of ownership of the project was shared with Anthony? And like, because obviously you've conceived of the project, I think, or was it a joint?
Yes, no, I conceived the project, but then he came on board as well. As soon as we got the green light to do it, I'd already talked a little bit to him about what I wanted to do. But the sort of conceptual part was my part, and I used to talk to him about it. And you know, but from the green light, we worked together all the way, and it was fantastic. You know, I mean, I really appreciated that side of it. Like I say, just having a partner in it, because actually all Anthony's visuals I didn't always get, to be honest. So, I got it afterwards as the whole thing, and I'll look now, you know. But at the time, you know, I had my own ideas, you know, about the visual thing. If I'd have done it, it probably just would have been like bleeding obvious, you know, like just really stuff. But when he first did his thing, it was just a few lines, you know, like black and white stuff. It's like, a couple of lines there that you've done. Do you know, I'm not paying you for this, you know, like that kind of thing, you know. But we became really good friends.
You could use the Microsoft Visualizer.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what I came to see was that it was about his artistry. You know, once I realised that he was, you know, because I could see him working, and we talked about it. It's like, this isn't right, and then it's like, no, it needs to be more like this, and then he would do this. Yeah, now it's right. He would say, you know, he said, and that's the thing. You know, once I could see that he had his own process to arrive at what was right for him. That's the artistic thing, you know, and I could see that he had that going on. So then I trusted that, you know, and then we were on a roll then, you know.
Yeah, and being in the audience at that event as well, you could absolutely see that whole bit perfectly coming together without question. And all those things you just mentioned, John, about well, it's just a squiggly line. The squiggly line was absolutely perfect for that moment in time with the music.
Yeah.
There was such a sense of or in the room, I don't know if you remember this, John, but just before the start, there was about 300 or 400 people crammed into that great hall, and all followers of your various kind of musical activities in Manchester over the years, obviously come from so many different backgrounds, and that air of expectancy in the room. And I remember I think I was I was walking down this really long corridor with loads and loads of doors, trying to work out which one to come through to come and introduce you, because they all look the same. And I thought, I'm just going to open the random door, and walked across an enormous stage area, and there was dead silence, and you know, blank screens, the musicians in darkness. There was complete stillness, and this anticipatory air was incredible.
I loved doing it in that hall. For me, as a Manchester person, you know, and since I've done that piece, my sister's been doing loads of family tree stuff, and you know, I'm just in the centre of Manchester. My folks for like, you know, hundreds of years, all in the mills and all of that kind of stuff. So in that hall, they had all that. They have those paintings of the history right from the Roman arrival in Manchester. They go right round the hall. So it did mean a lot. From the Manchester point of view, for me, it did, yeah.
And that Mancunian connection, Andy, and yours was so strong and so evident, wasn't it?
I'm sure that you can all tell from my accent that I'm not a born and bred Manc.
Yeah.
I've been here over half my life now, so I definitely feel like I sort of half belong here, I guess. But yeah, so the two worlds that I was trying to combine, the heritage of the cotton looming, the cotton industry, with the dance scene of the late 80s and early 90s. Both of those were fairly alien to me. You know, I think I quit studying history at school at my earliest opportunity, and you know, when I was a student, I had friends that went out clubbing whilst I stayed in and you know, listened to jazz and drank beer with my with two mates probably. You know, I was really never into the clubbing thing, and so I've discovered that as I've got both of those, you know, looking in for this project, looking into a bit of the history of Manchester. Yeah, so I've just come to it later, and definitely with the dance music thing, it was never my thing, and hopefully the music that I wrote kind of showed that that's not all my thing. I think it was trying to don't know, provide some kind of commentary on that music as well as just use it. Yeah.
It was incredibly exciting. It was pulsating, that room, for an hour and a half. How you kept the kind of momentum going throughout, but also with quite a lot of dynamic variation. I don't know if you remember this, John, it being there in the room. There were a lot of highs and lows, but it was kind of like a big machine, wasn't it? Going for an hour and a half.
It was really powerful.
Yeah.
Brass,
And I think
brass was great.
Yeah, probably, if you don't mind me pointing this out, I think it's the only one of our MJF originals that got a 5-star review as well. Yeah. Yes, from the MEM.
That's what we
Look
write
at
music
you.
for, right?
Absolutely. Mind you, I have to say, Esther, I think, is the only person to get a standing ovation. So I don't know which one's
Well,
best.
everyone was already standing at Andy's. So.
Should have sat down, yeah.
Sitting ovation, yeah.
Should have sat down for a rest.
Yeah. But Esther, I mean, also thinking about your work, and what was special about that was it was very the way it connected the words that you chose and the music that you set as well, but also the integration, because what we've all been talking about here is that integration of, because we've all the three of you have integrated things in your projects, and I thought that was really successful how you did that as well. And so did you start out with integration in mind, or were you just thinking, I like her poems? And
Yeah, I think she's got a really sort of nice, simplistic relationship with words, and I could certainly in the poems that I chose, I could hear. I mean, the rhythmic element was really apparent from the start, and yeah, I kind of chose them on the basis of their simplicity quite often. And the sort of like I wanted to set them as naturally as possible, if that made sense, so for them to sound like speech. So yeah, I mean, does that answer your question?
There's no right answer at all. Yes, John, do you have anything to ask? Yes.
Well, I've just been so impressed with all those three performances, and each one, they're all so different. The visual thing of the 4 harps, you mentioned that was so good, and just came across so well. The power of the machinery and stuff for the Cottonopolis, that was good, and then for John's piece was the sheer sort of dreaminess of it all. It took you into a different space, sort of thing. So they're all just really successful and all different, like jazz is, or like music is and can be. And it's great that they've each person pushed themselves to get to that result, and that vindicates what you've been doing for many years, and that's with the festival. You push people.
Yeah.
I should apologise, shouldn't I?
No, no.
But do you think each of you would do another commission if you were, if you were approached again? Would you? Would you have equal excitement?
It was like for me, just the ultimate opportunity to indulge in my creativity, and and any chance to do it again.
I could get used to this. That's what you were thinking, wasn't it? I could get used to this.
Yeah.
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 Gosh.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Well, guys, That would be that's amazing. It's lovely to hear you all, and it's great to kind of relive some of those memories. And the music lives on because even though the premieres were a couple of years ago, I think the music, revisiting it again, it just more than stands the test of time. And I hope more and more people get to hear it and look back at it, and hope you get more chances to perform some of it as well in your music. But
yeah, I would love to hear John's piece, and I'd love to hear Andy's again. They were both. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, maybe it's a two pianos and harp commission next time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, folks, thanks so much for joining us. It's been great to see you, and thanks for finishing off this series of MJF Originals, 25 at 25. And I suppose here's to the next 25 years and to see what on earth gets created in the next quarter of a century. But for the meantime, thanks for joining us, and thanks for being Mancunian together.
Good, thanks.
Thanks, Steve. For
Thank
everything
you.
did for-
Thanks,
Thank
Steve.
you.
in Manchester.
Bye.
Bye.
See you.
The last interviews there with artists John Ellis, Andy Stamatakis Brown and Esther Swift, who were all commissioned to make rather expansive pieces, imaginative, creative, layered pieces for MJF Originals. Steve, I loved that. I loved getting an insight into the stories behind those pieces, as well as hearing some of it. Plus some great points made, such as John Ellis, getting in there with a bit of politics around not wanting to return to the normal as before, but finding a new normal. These musicians work on so many levels, and I think those interviews really gave us an insight into those. It's fabulous. And we've got two very different things coming up now, haven't we?
We have indeed, Deborah, yes. And I think what you're just saying, it's been really interesting doing those in this time, because we've captured a lot of them in the moment during lockdown as well. So that's been an added bonus.
Yeah.
In about a quarter of an hour, we'll be watching the premiere of Mancunity, Andy Scott's commission from last year, especially filmed. So that's coming up at 8:15. Now, before then, two very short pieces that we wanted to share with you. Anthony Barkworth-Knight's animation of Graham Massey. Anthony, you just heard you saw some of his work with John Ellis just then. And then after that, we returned just briefly to one of our Hot House artists who you didn't see this afternoon, Francine Luce, a singer. And we invited her to just contribute something towards the program from her own home. And I'm not going to say anything about it, because it's an incredibly moving 7 or 8 minute piece that just gives us a moment of reflection before we really pump it up for the final few hours of tonight. But first, let's take a look at Anthony Barkworth-Knight's short animation and video of Graham Massey.
It's almost like the future was delayed or something. Growing up through the 60s and 70s, you had this idea of kind of futurism, a sense of the year 2000 being, projected at you from the 60s. Particularly growing up through the space age, which I felt a great affinity with. Some of my earliest memories are sitting around the TV and watching rockets go up. And then when you got to, past 1984 and dystopian futures that were fed to you through David Bowie records and all kinds of things, you felt like things were going to get dark. But they didn't.
now is now we're almost getting to that future that was supposed to be in the 80s and the year 2000 and all that kind of thing. And you get this, grand urbanization that's going on. Just going to other cities around the world and seeing something that looks a bit more like the futuristic visions from the 1960s and the expos of the 50s and that kind of thing. The future was a march into the future.
And here I am, at home, on my own. Who would have known? 2020. Not easy, is it? I want to dedicate this composition of mine to all the people who have lost their loved ones. And it's called Hello. Hello. Is there anybody up there? Hello. Can you hear me through the air? Hello. I don't know where else to go. Hello. I lost all the answers of my prayer. Hello. I walked alone with my despair. Hello. This is my chance if I dare to say hello. It's so hard to lose the one we love, especially the precious one, the people who made our world go round. Hello, I trust you now. Oh yes, I swear. Hello, I want to share. Just tell me where. Hello, I look above, no more below, and say hello. Hello, 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 hello. Hello. Yes, not easy. This coronavirus is teaching us lessons. And one of them, I believe, is to keep having faith. In faith for a better world, a better time to come. On a cloudy day, when everything is gray, when you know the glow of the rainbow will die away. Keep on smiling. Slow down, you thinking. Speed up, you faith. We're not here to stay. Anyway, put the old sadness to a final rest. Ease up, you pain. But you can't stop the rain, 'cause a better time to come. A better time to come. A better time to come. Yesterday already gone. A better time to come. Believe in a better time to come. If you know how to hold on, a better time to come. The wheel always goes round and round and round. A better time to come. Yes, a better time to come. And I believe a better world will be if we all start to change our ways and become better person. I wish you all the best and a life with no regrets. Je ne regrette rien, rien, rien de la vie. Je ne regrette rien, 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 rien de ma vie. Je ne regrette rien, 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 rien de la vie. Oh non, je ne regrette rien, 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 rien de la vie. Avant de mourir, je veux vouloir dire, je ne regrette rien, rien, rien de la vie. Je ne regrette rien, 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 rien de ma vie. Je ne regrette rien, 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 rien de la vie. Non, je ne regrette rien, 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 rien de ma vie. Je ne regrette rien, rien, rien de la vie. Je ne regrette rien, 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 rien. Rien de rien, rien de rien. Ma vie. Bless you all. I wish you the best, especially at the moment. And keep safe. Music is magic. Music is magic. Music is magic. Music is magic. Music is magic.
I love, as we're drawing to the close of Manchester Jazz Festival this year, that we have two pieces that showed complete opposite extremes of this music and what it can be. So we had the really direct acoustic storytelling from Francine Luce there. And previous to that, the digital futuristic sound from Graham Massey, accompanied by the film there. Yeah, that's how different this music can be, isn't it, Steve? It's quite amazing. And we're moving into yet another angle, which is a large scale piece as relating to what we just saw with the MJF originals. This is another piece that was commissioned and opened Manchester Jazz Festival last year. It's by Andy Scott. It's superly titled Mancunity. If that's not a word in the dictionary, it should be now. It's inspired by the beating heart of Manchester. And Steve interviewed Andy. We're going to get a little bit of that interview and some footage of a performance of it so we can get a real flavour of it. This is Mancunity.
Mancunity. Clouds of red and blue. From this earth. Never a kinder soul. sound. whispering. play today. Made up.
Ba
I'm absolutely delighted to be joined by the amazing, the wonderful Andy Scott, composer of Mancunity, the music and indeed the premiere of the film that we're about to watch tonight. Andy, welcome along to the final night of this year's Manchester Jazz Festival, number 25. How are you doing?
I'm all right, thank you. I'm delighted to be here. Thanks for inviting me, and congratulations to you as well. I remember the first Jazz Festival all those years ago, and I just think it's so good that something is online this year to celebrate those 25 years. And just privileged to be a part of it. So thank you.
Oh, it's brilliant to have you part of it, Andy. It's great. I mean, also amazing to see the musicians I've tracked over those 25 years and still so many amazing players with us making amazing music, which is what it's all about, really.
Yeah.
And we're here to, well, let's share with everyone. We're here to watch this premiere. But this was a piece from last year's festival, wasn't it? It was a special commission, the MJF Originals Commission from last year, 2019. And it's called Mancunity with a reason, I think, Andy. And you had a special kind of sense of spirit behind you, didn't you?
Yeah, absolutely. It's I moved to Manchester in 1985, and before that, my parents were from Manchester and Liverpool. Actually, they were both northwest based. My dad took a job down in Bournemouth years and years ago as a music teacher, and and when I was 18 or 19, I moved back up to Manchester to study at the Royal Northern College of Music. I mean, this is like a lifetime ago now, but I've been in the northwest ever since. I'm currently living in Sandbach in Cheshire, but I'm in Manchester every week, and there's just something so special about the place. And when I was talking to the Jazz Festival and I was approached to write this piece, I just thought, right, I'm going to try and get a group of musicians together who are all brilliant, because there are so many good musicians in Greater Manchester, and it was whittling it down to 12 for this particular project. You know, loads of people could have done it. But then, thinking about the city itself and some of the kind of memories of it and some of the iconic places in Manchester. For example, very briefly, St Anne's Church. I've got an old concert programme at home from 1933, and that's my grandma, and she gave a solo piano recital there. And then when I was writing this piece, I knew we'd be opening the Jazz Festival last May, on the stage right in front of that church, St Anne's Church. And of course that is so poignant in itself anyway, because, you know, the floral tribute there a few years ago now to the victims, it was like, so there's some heavy stuff and it's just such a fantastic city, and the spirit of the people, which is what I dedicated Mancunity. It was to the spirit of the people of Manchester. So when you do get some kind of adversity or something happening, it's the way that everyone rallies around, and it's what makes the city great for me. So I'm kind of still an adopted northerner, you know.
Yes.
But I've been here quite a while now, so it was a real privilege to get this commission, and then to spend quite a long time mulling this over. It wasn't right, here we go, let's write a piece. It's a 60-minute piece of music, and it's in different sections, and you know, there's one slow section called Never a Kinder Soul, and that was with my grandma in mind. You know, it's a reflection on certain little bits and bobs like that to do with Manchester.
So I mean, how did you go about translating that spirit into real music then, Andy? Did you use that spirit as just inspiration, or are there any more descriptive moments that we could listen out for, or anything like that?
Well, it's kind of it's abstract in some senses as well. So when you get a 1-hour piece of music, because that was a challenge in itself, the duration. It's how do you hold people there? How do you hopefully make it interesting? And featuring all the different musicians, which was the great thing about having that length of time, is with improvising musicians and jazz musicians, you can open things up and you say, right, let's have a guitar solo there, let's do this there, and so on. But at the same time, you can have some big sections where it's all fully notated. But for me, and I remember speaking about this new music nowadays, it's quite often, especially in sort of contemporary classical music, you know, a lot of time and effort goes into a piece of music, but then it might only be ever played once.
Yeah.
So this was part of the thinking behind creating a film. And then it was like, who's going to film this? And then I was chatting with Barney Cunningham and Third Man Productions, and Barney's done some great projects. In fact, the project with John Halliwell and myself with String Quartet, Barney's done some filming for that as well. And I said to him, listen, I don't have all this pinned down in my head. We've got the music now, but I want this. It's all about Manchester. And anyway, this is quite fortuitous. Just before the lockdown, we spent a day going round Manchester, just walking round and him filming. So now we have this film that is a mixture of the studio footage. We recorded it on the 4th and 5th of January. So you got your studio footage, and then I said to Barney, right, you edit it, give me a first draft and mix in the scenes from around the city. And the first draft was like pretty damn close anyway. He did a great job, and it's kind of nitty gritty, you know. We were around the Northern Quarter, Coast, New Islington. There wasn't time to go around everywhere, of course, because you get into a little bit of the detail that maybe you don't see when you're walking around all the time. But the point at sea now is we've got these scenes of like everyday life in Manchester, which is, I'll be interested to know what people think, you know, seeing all this. And so whilst the filming is abstract in one sense and a kind of backdrop for the music, it's taken on, I think, you know, a lot more significance.
Because the film we're about to see, it's a performance by the musicians all together in the same room playing, but it's not in front of an audience as the premiere was a year ago, is it? It's specially staged and specially filmed.
Yeah, that's right. Because I wanted the recording to be as you'd normally do in a recording studio. So Studio One at the Royal Northern College of Music, we recorded there. I asked Barney to come along and film it. And so we filmed some of it, and then we could sort of intersperse that. But I wanted to keep a live element to it as well, Steve, because there's sometimes with recordings, you know, everyone can record separately and you piece it together and it takes months and months. And I just wanted us to play in the same room together and just play it. So, you know, there are little blemishes in it. There's this and that that's not quite tight. But there's a sort of live element to it, I think, and I'm kind of referring to some of the amazing improvisers and musicians in the group who are playing. You know, there's unbelievable solos. So yeah, it was trying to keep that live element to it.
Yeah, and we've got all that to look forward to in the next hour or so of this. So what's the future for the piece, Andy? Any more plans after this? Where do you want to take it, or?
My main thing at the moment, Steve, was just to think, right, let's have this readily available for people to see. I didn't want it to be kind of a well-kept secret that relies on being played live. And obviously this was all before lockdown and what's happening now. So, and I'm just so grateful that you know, I got all these musicians. It's a real mix of musicians of you know, the youngest player in the band's about 20, the oldest is like over 70. And it just shows you how music just brings people together. And, you know, you've got Dave Hassel, you've got Aaron Wood on trumpet, doing some really interesting stuff with the electronics, Nick Svark on guitar, Gemma Fries, who did the MJF Hot House scheme, amazing young keyboard player, and Caitlin Lang, vocal, sax, flute. I don't want to go through the whole 12 people in it. I'd love to, but there isn't time. And also it was brilliantly recorded by Rob Buckland as well. He did a really fantastic job, as Barney did. So I just think it's I just hope people like it. And to answer your question finally, I'm not thinking further ahead than this at the moment with this particular project. It was a kind of one-off, and I just hope people like it. And as I said, you know, there might be a poignancy about the whole seeing Manchester streets full of people and hearing music with it. That's that's how I felt about it when I was seeing it. So it'll be interesting if people feel the same way or not.
Andy, I think you've hit the nail on the head there, and it's that spirit that I think we're going to watch this, in which we're going to watch this film. And thanks so much for joining us, Andy, to kind of give us a little bit of insight into the piece, and for the next hour of wonderful music that you created for the festival and for the people of Manchester. So I think it's time for us both to raise a glass to Mancunity, the peace and the spirit. Here's to you. Here's to Manchester.
Sounds good. Hey, thanks, Steve. Thank you very much, and congratulations to the festival as well for this wonderful 25 years.
Thank you. Yes, as the eagle-eyed amongst you will have noticed, we perhaps should have watched that interview before the premiere of Andy Scott's Mancunity, but that's still worth seeing, isn't it? Barney Cunningham's film you saw before that interview of Andy Scott's wonderful piece, Mancunity. And as I say, such a wonderful piece, and great to hear that again. And yeah, we weren't going back into, maybe that's what we're doing. Maybe the lockdown is actually that we're now going back in time. It's not slowing us down. It stopped us, and we're reversing all the way back to 1996. So yes, hold on tight. It's going to be a rough ride for the next 25 years going backwards. We are now nearly at the end of MJF 2020. It's going to be, well, it has been an amazing ride for us all, really.
Steve, I have to say, I'm going to just jump straight in there and say, well done to everybody to pull this together in a really, really short space of time, and actually use the fact that we're going to be online to create lots of different textures of interviews, insights into musicians' living rooms. Through lockdown, I've never seen so many living rooms of other people, live performances, which have been really exciting and beautifully captured by United We Stream, plus pre-recorded footage as well. I just think you've done an incredible job here. There must be so many people you need to thank for helping you with this.
Just a few. But no, thanks. Well, thanks everyone for watching and staying with us these days. Of course, to our funders, Arts Council England, PRSF, HMUK, GMCA, Granada Foundation, City Council, the whole team at UWS, Colin, Sam and Jade, who are, you can't see them, but they're amazing people. And their favorite phrase is, we've just changed something else. Is that okay? So thank you so much, everyone at UWS, for making this happen. And of course, all the artists that you've seen, all the contributors, the MJF team, not in the office, at home, and the board as well. Thank you so much, Angela, Toby, Ralph, and Yoni, our wonderful intern, all the way working in the Basque Country. Thank you so much. Can I ask you a question, Yoni? Okay, we have reached the end of MJF 2020, and to celebrate this momentous occasion, who better to pull out our final stops than the amazing, unstoppable, Baked a la Ska.
Hey dear, what you doing? You look like a scar man. You must be a star man.
Didn't know what time it was, the lights were low. Oh, I leaned back on my radio. Oh, some cat was laying down some rock and roll out of soul, he said.
10:04.
Pendulum round, it seemed to fade. Hey, came back like a slow wave on a wave of fade. Hey, that with no DJ, that was hazy cosmic jive. There's a scar man waiting in the sky. He'd like to come and meet us, but he thinks he'll blow our minds. There's a scar man waiting in the sky. He told us not to blow it, cause he knows it's our wet word. He told me, let the children boogie, let the children boogie, let the children boogie. La 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la. I had to phone someone so I picked on you. Ooh, hey, that's far out, so you heard him too. Ooh, if we are lucky, we could pick him up on channel 2.
Channel 1, channel 2, channel 3, channel 4.
out your window you could see his light. If we could sparkle, he may land tonight. Don't tell your papa or he'll get us locked up in pride. There's a starman waiting in the sky. He'd like to come and meet us, but he thinks he'll blow our minds. There's a starman waiting in the sky. He told us not to blow it, but he knows it's our word. What he told me, let the children boogie, let the children boogie, let the children boogie. Starman waiting in the sky. He'd like to come and meet us, but he thinks he'll blow our minds. There's a starman waiting in the sky. He told us not to blow it, but he knows it's our word. What he told me, let the children boogie, let the children boogie, let the children boogie. Thank you. Hello, everyone watching at home. Hi, Ray. Hi, Mum. Hi, Dad. Hi, Uncle Alvin. I wish you weren't watching. We're delighted to be here with Baked Alaska. What a wonderful festival. Thanks to everybody involved.
Choose to stay or choose to go, matters little where we roam. Always we'll reap that which we sow, but all the signposts lead to home. The road we tread may be short and straight, or narrow, winding, steep and long. We're all just makers of each other's fate. We're neither good nor bad, nor right nor wrong. We're just different.
Just different. just different, that's all.
Just different.
Just different, that's all. Young, different and black, and that's a natural fact. No! Young, different and white, and everything is alright. No! Young, different and black, and that's a natural fact. No! Young, different and white, and everything is alright. You come from a place where cool, the sun it shines bright. Love and unity is what me want in here tonight. To the black, to the brown, to the yellow, to the white. Like the flowers, make we put back little color in our life. Just like the ingredients we are go mixing the spice. Bake Alaska in a the party. Come from make the party nice. It near. Young, different and black, and that's a natural fact. Oh, young, different and white, and everything is alright. Oh, young, different and black, and that's a natural fact. Oh, young, different and white, and everything is alright. You come from a place where cool, the sun it shines bright. Love and unity is when me want in ya tonight. To the black, to the brown, to the yellow, to the white. Like the flowers, make we put back little color in our life. Just like that ingredients we are go mixing the spice. Bake Alaska in a the place we come to make the party nice. It near. Young, different and black, and that's a natural fact. Oh! Young, different and white, and everything is alright. Bow! Young, different and black, and that's a natural fact. Bow! Young, different and white, and everything is alright. We're just different. We're just different. That's all. We're just different. Just different. That's all. Just different. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, this is very strange. I can see country on a screen. And now I can see myself scratching my head. I'll use the other hand. That looks better, doesn't it? That's better TV, isn't it? Yeah. Well, we're delighted to be here. We're Baked Alaska. We've got most of our members. Some of them couldn't be here tonight, but we're hoping we can get them to join us later on. Robin, why don't you do a song?
Okay.
Yeah. Up and down, I'm up the wall, I'm up the bloody tree. Well, that's alright for me. Yeah, it looks alright to me. Well, it feels alright to me. Well, it seems alright to me. I'm so tall, I'm so tall. You raised me and then you let me fall. I'm so small, I'm so small. Wrap me round your finger, see me fall. Nothing's gonna step in my way. Living on the ceiling, there's no more room down there. Things fall into place, you get the joke, fall into place. I'm so tall, I'm so tall. For me, up and down, I'm up the wall, I'm up the bloody tree, hiding from your questions, questions you won't ask. Why are you up the tree, you say? Well, why are you down there, I say? I'm so tall, I'm so tall. You raised me and then you let me fall. I'm so small, I'm so small. Wrap me round your finger, see me fall.
Can we get a bit more bass for the drummer?
While we're on that, can I have a bit more keyboard, please?
Can we get a bit more keyboard for the trombonist? Is everyone streaming at home? Anything they would like individually? More me, probably, but you know, you just have to share the stage with other people.
That's it, though.
Country, do you fancy doing a tune?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I should say that last one was a request from Paula to do, so thanks for Paula for requesting that.
Thanks, Paula.
Yeah, thanks, Paula. She's in the audience somewhere, in the crowd, all dancing around. Can't tell them apart.
Too many people in here.
Yeah.
Click, click. Think all the supermodel. Big up all modeling queens out there. All girls hot like the sun, the beauty can. Done! She's a model and she's looking good. I'd like to take her home and that is understood.
Understood.
She plays hard to get cheaper from time to time. It only takes one camera just to change her mind.
Yes, 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 yes.
Click, click, picture tech. Take it to the catwalk. Original modeling queens. Hot like the sun. The beauty can done. She's going out tonight. She's drinking just champagne. And she's been checking nearly all the men. She's playing her game and you can hear them say she's looking good for beauty and we will pay. Click, click, picture tech. Take it to the catwalk. All modeling queens. Naomi Campbell, original Twiggy, and Vogue magazine. Gucci. House of Fraser. It's a modeling thing. She's posing for consumer products now and then. For every camera, she gives the best she can. I saw her on the cover of a magazine. She's a big success, I'd like to see her again. Click, click, picture tech. Take it to the catwalk. All original modeling queens. The beauty can do. I climb the sun. House of Fraser. Man. Original Twiggy. It's a modeling thing. Versace, Armani, Gucci, Scaramucci. Click, click, take it to the catwalk. It's a modeling thing. Vivian Westwood. Jack Paul Gaultier. Click, click, picture tech. It's a modeling thing.
That was great. Well done, country.
Thank you, thank you.
One day we'll meet again, country.
One day.
One day. So we put out a song to raise money for Mind, the charity for people suffering from mental health problems. And we've been raising money over at justgiving.com. You can see us there at justgiving.com/fundraising. I'm doing a good job of this. /Baked Alaska, all with hyphens. So baked hyphen a hyphen la hyphen scar hyphen. No hyphen at the end. That would be one hyphen too many. We're raising money for Mind. We've got 760 quid so far, but we're trying to get it up a little bit higher. We'd like to get about 1,200. So please, if you're enjoying tonight, then we'd be extremely grateful if you could give us whatever you can afford. We did a song.
Tom.
Yeah.
I've got Bulldog Morell on the line.
You've got Andy Morell. You've got Bulldog Morell.
Line, ready to play the sax.
Where is he?
He's down here.
Oh, good. Hi, Andy.
Tiny version of him.
Lovely. That's lovely.
Should we get him to play?
Yeah, why not? So we did this tune, We'll Meet Again, to help raise funds. So we're going to give it a debut tonight, all recorded in lockdown. So this should be fun.
Can anyone hear that? Here we go.
In the serious times of epidemic and pandemic, wreaking fear and havoc across the nation, everything on lockdown, everybody living in isolation.
We'll meet again, don't know where, don't know when, but I know we'll meet again some sunny day.
Smiling through, just like you always do, till the blue skies drive the dark clouds far away.
So please say hello to the folks that we know. Tell them it won't be long. They'll be happy to know that as you saw me go, I was singing there.
favorite song. We'll meet again. Don't know where, don't know when, but I know we'll meet again some sunny day.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Lord, my sky's turned grey, my sad and blue. Can't hug my family. I'll shake my friend them hands with you. The whole place locked down. Them locked down every venue. The place it coming like a ghost town. Lockdown and curfew.
So please say hello to the folks that we know. Tell them it won't be long. They'll be happy to know that as you saw me go, I was singing this song.
We'll meet again.
Yes, we will.
Don't know where,
Oh, no, no.
don't know
No
when,
one's got any idea.
but I know we'll meet again some sunny day. Some sunny day, but I know.
Yes, I know. We'll meet again.
Some sunny day.
Hey, that's for the
Very nice,
boys
that.
back home. For Elvis and Bryn, the boys back home.
That's that was a lot lower than I thought it was going to be, Robin.
We'll meet
I had to get my sultry voice out. I don't know if that came over the streaming. Everyone in here found it very arousing, but
Yeah. It's different, isn't it, when you're on the phone?
it's you know what I mean? It's not the same, is it?
It's not the same.
It's not
No,
the same.
No, it's not the same.
It's almost the
No.
same, but it's not the same.
It's not the same. No.
So we're not joined by
Anyway,
Frank the
this is my
Skank
bit.
tonight either. Oh, sorry, go on.
This is my bit now.
You
Yeah.
what?
It's my bit. It's my song.
Oh, it's Basil's bit, yeah.
It's Basil's bit, yeah. Basil's got a brand new bag. Here I am.
Yeah.
Hi,
Oh, it's
Ray.
Basil, yeah, it's Basil.
It's hard to Ray there, yeah.
This is for Dominic Cummings. Let's make it for him.
Dominic Cummings.
It's about time we had a song.
Is it all about trust?
It's about trust. It's
Yeah.
about basic trust.
Is it? Yeah, yeah.
Trust.
The fabric of our society.
Yes.
Yeah, great, yeah. This is all about the nice snake singing to the nasty little boy. All about trust. There's not enough trust in the world.
I thought Basil had chilled out in lockdown, but
kiss, trust.
Trust in me, just in me. Close your eyes. Trust in me. You can sleep safe and sound, knowing I'm around. Slip into silent slumber, sail on a silver mist. Slowly and surely, your senses will cease to exist. Just relax, be at rest, like a bird in the nest. Trust in me, trust in me.
Trust in me.
Close your eyes.
Close your eyes.
Trust in me.
Trust in me.
Sneaky, sneaky, scout. Just in me.
Go on, Chris.
Trust in me.
Slip into silent slumber, sail on a silver mist. Slowly and surely, your senses will cease to exist. Hey, just relax, be at rest, like a bird in the nest. Trust in me, trust in me,
Trust in me.
close your eyes,
Close your eyes.
trust in me,
Trust in me.
close your eyes,
Close your eyes.
trust in me,
Trust in me.
close your eyes and trust in me.
Just in me. Never look 'em in the eye. Snaky, snaky sky. Dominic Cumming. Boris Johnson. Stay alert.
Oh. I don't know, there might be some kind of magic of the camera going on, Robin, but at one point your harmonica looked absolutely massive in that song.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
Is that something to do with the...
It's just a trick of the light. you know.
Right. It's
Yeah.
something to do with streaming, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Everyone looks a bit bigger in the camera. That's what I've heard. I'm actually 4'3", and I'm at least 4'5" now.
I think we're going to do one now which has become highly unfashionable. Before the C word that no one mentions, there was the B word that everyone was mentioning all the time. And since the C word's come along, there's been no more B word.
I think the
at
B
all.
word's coming back, though.
The B word will come back sooner or later, yeah. I'm looking forward to the D word myself, you know.
Any idea what that might be?
Well, I'm not sure yet, but it's got to be better than the B word and the C word.
Hopefully.
Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. It's all very well rehearsed, obviously.
It's funny.
So here's one all about the B word, and you can check out our video of this online as well, where we're dressed up. Not like we are now.
Yeah, we put on some costumes, don't we?
We have got costumes and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, these are my normal gardening clothes, of course.
You know it. Well, this is by Europe, and you don't know everybody love Europe. Tinker, the final countdown by Baked Alaska. Do it, Jen.
Still it's farewell.
Farewell.
But maybe we'll come back to earth. Who can tell?
Who can tell?
I guess there is no one to blame. We're leaving ground. Will things ever be the same again? It's the final countdown. Still it's farewell.
Farewell.
'Cause maybe they've seen us and welcome us all, yeah. With so many light years to go and things to be found, I'm sure that we'll all miss her so. It's the final countdown.
The final countdown, the countdown to the meltdown, people. Hear me now. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Dread it, I go dreading this year, I'm a Gideon. Me sing. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Dread it, I go dreading this year, I'm a Gideon. From a World War II back to World War One. Tell me, who got the weapons of mass destruction? Laser pan, satellite, holy pan, nuclear bombs, chemical weapons, kill with children, where them get that from? Got the whole world ticking, ticking like a time bomb. No place to hide and me said no place to run. The final countdown has just begun. The only thing me say, that I hear destruction.
It's the final countdown.
End of things as we know them.
The final countdown.
Countdown to the meltdown, people.
It's the final countdown.
End of things as we know them.
The final countdown, yeah.
Countdown to the meltdown, people.
The final countdown. Oh, 3 minutes to midnight.
That was nice.
Yeah, well done, everyone. Yeah.
It's good.
Good.
Very good. How much time do we have left, please? At several hours.
No
Several
curfew.
hours more.
No curfew.
Should. Okay. Should we do something?
Should we put our extender in here?
Should we put our extended master mix on? Hey? Let's go off piste. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah. Let's do something about the future. Yeah. Let's look forward to the future.
The future?
Where we're all replaced by computer programs.
Oh, yeah.
And we don't have to feel.
Yeah.
And there aren't any humans left. And it's better.
What? You think, what song is this? What's introducing here? Yeah. 1984, is it this
It's
song?
1984 by George Orwell. We're going to sing the entire book. Chris, are you going to do the intro?
What tune are you talking about?
No.
No.
I think maybe, who's going to do it
Well,
then?
we're just going to show you the power of ska at this point. It's very, very powerful, obviously, you can tell. We've got a fantastic, powerful communication system going on between the band members here. The power of ska is this. I couldn't stand this song when I was a kid. It was all over the place, and I really hated it. 20 years later, I find myself in a ska band. We're coming up with things that rhyme with ska. We do this song. I love it now. It's a fantastic song. I even don't mind hearing the original occasionally. Oh, here we go.
All drivers, make sure you know the road code when you travel on the road.
Ska Electro, Ska Robot. No future. Ska. 2020.
Here in my ska, I feel safest of all. I can open my doors. It's the only way to live in ska. Here in my ska, I can only receive. I can listen to you. Keeps me stable for days in ska.
Straight down the motorway, 30 miles. Go look at some flowers at a castle, and then go home again.
Here in my ska, when the image breaks down, will you visit me, please? If I open my door in ska.
Beep, beep. Beep, beep.
Here in my ska, you know I'm starting to think I'm really living tonight. Everything sounds right in ska.
Straight down the motorway, no deviation. I never left my car. I never leave my car again. Yes.
All drivers.
Here in my ska, I feel safest of all. I can and open my doors. It's the only way to live in Ska. Here in my Ska, you know I'm starting to think I'm really living tonight. Everything sounds right in Ska. Straight down the motorway, no deviation. London.
That was nice. It was nice. Futuristic. We're going back on piece now. We're going back on piece. All right. Let's do that. Do you know, I should call Frank the Skank, because Frank the Skank isn't here. And it'd be nice to see him. I'm going to try and do that. I don't know how to do it. It's going to take me ages of messing on my phone. Hold on. I'm going to do it. I'm going to call him.
He's going to be saying about bleeding time.
I mean, you're not really going to be able to see him, are you? That's the main problem here. Oh, he's there. There he is. I can't really show him to anyone.
You can put him on the mic. Put him on the mic.
I'll put him on the mic.
Look, we hear him.
Are you there? Are you there, Frank?
Oh, he is as well. Amazing, amazing. We're an 8-piece band. Yeah.
There he is.
Oh, fantastic. Hey.
Frank, you with us? It's a pleasure to see you. Frank is in our band normally, but he can't be here tonight because he's too far away. And unlike Dominic Cummings, he respects rules. Lovely to see you, Frank.
Yo, big up Andy Morell, yeah? Not here neither.
Big up Bulldog as well, yeah.
Yeah. And the other members of the band that are not here. Who are they? Kyron Matthews. And Billy Buckley. Yes.
Right, that's enough of you now.
Right, we're going to... This one features the saxophones of the band quite heavily. Here they are. Oh no, they're not here.
And a real hocus pocus. Abracadabra. All that magical stuff. Our witches, our wizards. What's the rhyme?
I heat up, I can't cool down. You got me spinning round and round, round and round. Round it goes. Where it stops, nobody knows. Every time you call my name, I heat up like a burning flame. Burning flame, I'm full of desire. Kiss me, baby, let the fire get higher. Abracadabra, I'm gonna reach out and grab ya. Abracadabra, abracadabra. You make me hot, you make me sigh, you make me laugh, you make me cry. Keep me burning for your love with the touch of a velvet glove. Abracadabra, I wanna reach out and grab ya. Touch your dress, silk and satin, leather and lace, black panties with an angel's face. I can see the magic in your eyes. I hear the magic in your sighs. Just when I think I'm gonna get away, I hear those words you always say. Abracadabra, reach out and grab ya. Abracadabra, abracadabra.
her spell. Under her spell, she put me under her spell. Oh! Under her spell, she put me under her spell. Yo! Under her spell, she put me under her. She kiss me once, she kiss me twice, she tell me nothing tell. She touch me now, me neck, she make me head back swell. She make me know the heaven, she make me know the hell. Oh! Under her spell, she put me under her spell. No! Abracadabra, a magical spell. She was a little witch, she put me under her spell. She tell me no fit talk, she tell me no fit tell. Oh! Under her spell, she put me under her spell. Real hocus pocus. All that magical stuff.
Every time you call my name, I heat up like a burning flame. I'm filled with desire. Kiss me, baby, let the fire get higher. Abracadabra, I wanna reach out and grab ya. Abracadabra, I wanna abracadabra. Abracadabra, I wanna reach out and grab ya. I wanna reach out. Abracadabra, abracadabra. Yes, yes.
Real hocus pocus. Abracadabra. All that magical stuff. Our witches, our wizards. What's the
All right. That was lovely. Right then. Yeah, let's do that. Hello to everyone out there. Thanks for watching. Remember, you can still donate to our fundraiser. We'll meet again. Baked a la Scar. That should find it for you.
Beastly noise from the Beastly Boys. Baked a la Scar into outer space. Sing with me. Intergalactic, planetary, intergalactic, intergalactic, planetary, intergalactic, intergalactic, planetary, intergalactic, planetary, intergalactic. Another dimension, 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 another dimension. Now don't you tell me to smile. You stick around and make it worth your while. Got numbers beyond what you can dial. Maybe it's because I'm so versatile. Style, profile, I said it always takes me back when I hear ooh child. From the Hudson River out to the Nile, I run the marathon to the very last mile. Well, if you bother me, I will revile. People always say my style is wild. You've got gall, you've got guile. Step to me, cause I'm a rap profile. If you want to battle, you're in denial. Come
coming from your inner suit, check my style. Cast you up into exile, cast you up into exile. Intergalactic planetary, planetary. Intergalactic planetary, planetary. Intergalactic planetary, planetary. Intergalactic planetary, planetary. Intergalactic chance and day, well that's my team. Step aside the party, disrupt the whole scene. When it comes to beats, well I'm unclean. I like my sugar with coffee and cream. Got to keep it going full steam. Too sweet to be nice, too nice to be mean. Tough guy style, I'm not too keen. Trying to change the world, I'm a plant that skin. Marios, he like to keep it clean. Keep on rapping cause that's my dream. Every more team for sticking to themes. Got an every more team for sticking to themes. If you want to battle then y'all is green. Jealous of the rhyme and the rhyme routine. Another dimensional galaxy. Intergalactic planetary. Intergalactic planetary. Planetary. Intergalactic planetary. Planetary. Intergalactic planetary. Planetary. Intergalactic planetary. Planetary. Intergalactic. Your shoes and relax your pop. The beat is live like electric shock. Cause the music come live like electric shock. I am known to do the what, also known for the bench stop flop. Jazzy B getting live on the crap. Beastie Boys known to let the beat drop. Well, when I rap a beat, my name was Slap. If you rap soup, stand back, stack. Step to the beat when I start to chop. I'm a lumberjack DJ at rock. If you want to battle, then y'all get knocked. Jealous of the rhyme and the rhyme we've got. And your fingers pop like a pinch on the neck from Mr. Spock. Intergalactic planetary, planetary. Intergalactic planetary, planetary. Intergalactic planetary, planetary. Intergalactic planetary, planetary. Intergalactic planetary, intergalactic planetary. Intergalactic planetary, planetary. Intergalactic planetary, intergalactic planetary. Intergalactic planetary, planetary, planetary. Intergalactic, 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 intergalactic,
Clap yourselves. Go ahead.
No. It's very strange, isn't it? It's like you think you don't need the claps, but you kind of need some claps. Not a slow clap. That's a different kind of clap. Like, oh bless you. No, thank you. We're going to finish with this tune. Thanks very much for joining us. We're Baked Alaska. We hope you've had fun. What a wonderful festival. Thank you to everybody involved at the festival. Thank you to everybody involved in here today doing the filming and the programming and the sound and the logistics and all that stuff. Well done, MJF. That's all I can say. Well done, them.
That's all you can say?
That's all I can say.
Big things for keep the music going, yeah? Yes. We appreciate it.
Yeah, say that as well, yeah.
Exactly. That's what I said.
Yeah, you can say that. Yeah.
We're going to finish with this song. Thanks for having us. Cheers. Keep beautiful dreams alive, everybody.
There's magic in this universe. When you wish upon some scar, makes no difference who you are. Anything your heart desires will come to you. If your heart is in your dreams, no request is too extreme. When you wish upon some scar, as dreamers do, fate is kind. She brings to those who love the sweet fulfillment of their secret longings. Like a bolt out of the blue, fate steps in and sees you through. When you wish upon some scar, your dreams come true. Yes, 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 yes! On the keyboards, Mr. John Ellis, Basil Patrick on the keyboards. In the other room, on the trombone. On the trombone, in the other room. There he is.
Chris Bridges.
Back in this room, on the bass, Matt Owens. And on the drums, Danny Ward. In the other room, Country Ranks on the vocals.
Yes. Take Alaska in the place. Play the music, put a smile upon your face. Anytime we come, we do it just for you. Make Alaska in a style. Jazz festival, wicked and wild. And anytime we come to entertain, just for you.
Yes, and Tom Davis. Tom Davis also on the hand waving from a safe distance. Which way's the wind blowing though, Tom?
On the harmonica.
Robinson Flower.
Fate is kind sometimes. She brings to those who love the sweet fulfillment of their secret longing. Like a bolt out of the blue, fate steps in and sees you through. When you wish upon a star, your dreams come true. I'll tell you one more time now. When you wish upon a star, your dreams come